Good morning, everyone. How are you? Fine. Okay. So, welcome to regular batch on indirect taxes for CA final, September 25 and Jan 26 exam. Presuming both the set of students are there here. Yes. So, may I know how many of you are from Jan 26 or appearing for Jan 26? Good. So, rest are all for September 25. May 26 also is there. How many of you are May 26? Okay, only few. So online live, hope my voice is audible. If anyone is appearing for May 26, I just wanted to tell you one thing for you, that the new Finance Act will be applicable for you. The same Finance Act, whatever we are going to learn in this batch for September 25 and Jan 26 is not applicable. So which means there will be amendments, but don't worry, whatever we are learning, you learn it, but that amendments alone, you give little bit extra effort when you are appearing for May 26, but that don't worry, I am there. I will give you in your backup drive as well as in YouTube, even I will provide you the amendment notes, etc. and all. But for those who are appearing for September 25 and Jan 26, practically you don't have to refer anything else. The same set of discussion what we are going to make in this batch will be purely sufficient. You don't have to refer any amendments beyond this. Why, sir? Why is it so? So now that CA Institute has converted the number of attempts from 2 to 3, I was also little bit surprised. Why the hell they are doing like this? Because on one hand, the job market is not that great in terms of number of employments, desired employments, I'll say that way. Job is there, but I will not go for that job. Why? Because I did CA, which means that I have put lot of hard work. Minimum to minimum 15 lakhs I should be getting. Less than that, no, I will not do. Rather, I will sit at home. You understood? So the desired unemployment index is increasing. Got it? What I am telling? So jobs are there, but the problem is that companies are not able to pay. So they are able to pay only like 8 lakhs, 10 lakhs like that. But our people are expecting 15 lakhs, 24 lakhs. That is the issue. That's why the recruitments have come down. And now these people are increasing for 3 attempts. Little bit it is absurd. They are coming out with their own justification stating that India needs 30 lakh chartered accountants. I don't know how 30 lakh chartered accountants are really required for India. Maybe, so they are so serious that we are going to acquire few more countries. So because of that reason, so we need more chartered accountants. Possible. Maybe we can acquire Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, like that all these countries, like mergers and acquisitions happen, like that we can acquire them also. So if that be the case, then it is required. Then the another cause of worry for me is about how these guys are going to plan the question papers. See, creating 2 set of question papers itself is difficult, because mainly in tax exam what happens now, there is nothing like that called past exam questions. You might be thinking, okay, we can do some compiler, all past exam questions, so that we can go for exam. Definitely it will not work for tax paper, that too at final level DT and IDT. No, because it's an open challenge for you. You take all the past exam question papers, not more than 10 to 15% will be repeated from the past exams. Every time it will be new, because come on, the subject is like that, it will keep on changing. When it keep on changing, they will make the questions accordingly. So I was little confused how these people will manage with the question papers. Then ChatGPT is there. Thanks. So maybe thinking about ChatGPT, OpenAI, so these people would have thought, okay, let's make 3 set of question papers. If required, monthly also one exam we can conduct. What's there? And so thereby they can make. And already they have made it in the recent exam, May 25 exam, thanks to audit paper. So amazing paper, it was amazing paper. Even the audit faculty was little bit scratching their head as to what is this. Okay. And IDT also, it was like little bit predictable paper, but lot of students expected for amendments. And because this time around some 48 amendments were there, for May 25 exam. They expected, okay, this time paper will be more of amendments. Always expect the unexpected, okay, because ICAI likes big boss. So always we need to expect the unexpected, and they have not given much questions on amendments, hardly 1 or 2. Sir, why are you telling that now? Because for September 25 exams, darlings, definitely there will be more of amendments, because May they have not tested. They were supposed to test lot of amendments for May exam, that they have not tested. So there is high chance of asking those questions for September. And already exam also got postponed. Maybe I think one paper where more of amendments they would have just scrapped, and they would have given some other paper. Usually 3 set of question papers ICAI will be preparing. So because of that reason, maybe some other paper would have come like that. So, but definitely I am predicting good number of amendments for September 25 exams. Then when it comes to Jan 26 exam, not much, because you all know that our country was in the verge of war, etc. and also Nirmala Chechi was not given the opportunity to think about GST. So had she thought about, she would have changed, definitely. Actually, I like her a lot. Amazing personality. Something will be like this. She will change this. Ulta. Good. Amendment. For teachers like me, there will be a scope. Because amendments means again students will buy new lectures, will buy new books. So therefore, teachers like me will get enriched. Okay. So how can we forget her? Correct or not? So due to that reason, but she was busy. Not she was busy, the government was busy, waging war against Pakistan and seeing the internal conflicts, other things. So for Jan 26, not much amendments, hardly 1 or 2 only is there from September. Now what is the cutoff date? So the cutoff date, if you see, if you are appearing for say September 25 exam, September 25 is your attempt. Now whatever amendments which were applicable up to 28th February 2025 will be applicable for your September 25 exam. This is the cutoff date, you please keep that in mind, which means that any change in the law, any notification or any circular up to, as prevailing up to 28 February 2025 will be applicable for September 25 exams. Then sir, what about Jan 26 exam? For Jan 26 exam, all amendments up to 30th June 2025 will be applicable. Okay, and then those who are appearing for May 2026, May 26 attempt, what are all the changes, sir? All changes up to 31st October 2025 will be applicable for May 26 exam. This is how the cutoff date. There is no Finance Act issue in GST or customs. In income tax though, Finance Act is there. So one Finance Act will be applicable for 3 attempts. So May, September and Jan. But in indirect tax, they are not doing like this, because Finance Act is only limited for hardly 30 to 40% of the changes. But remaining changes and all will come by way of notifications, circulars, etc. Why is it so? Any guess? Why income tax will be more of Finance Act based, whereas GST and customs not more of Finance Act based? What is the difference? Why is the difference? Any guess? That's okay. Finance Act itself they can make now. So then what is the difference? You studied in intermediate, that's why I am asking you this. Sir, that we studied long ago, sir. No, you are asking us now. We doubt whether we studied intermediate or not. Okay. So then you are coming and asking a question from intermediate. No, maybe. Wild guess. What could be? Correct, but they can do it in Finance Act only, na? Okay, I agree to that. Even income tax also not fully structured. Correct. So indexation they will bring, again they will remove, and they will say one cutoff date. Before that individual HUF only indexation is available. How many things they are changing, sir? And the reason is the law making power is not completely with the central government when it comes to indirect taxes, particularly GST. Income tax completely it is with central government. So therefore they will come out with the Finance Act every time, and in that itself almost everything is covered. But when it comes to GST, the law making power is with GST Council. That GST Council contains Union Finance Minister as well as State Finance Ministers, and majority of the decisions are taken in GST Council meetings, and that will be given as recommendations to central government and state government, and the central government and state government will come out with the notifications. So for the amendments, that's the reason why in income tax notifications will be rare. Mostly it will be Finance Act, but in indirect taxes more amendments will be in the form of notifications and circulars rather than the Finance Act. Some say change in the section, that alone they will be touching Finance Act, but majority of the cases the law making power has been delegated. If you read many sections in GST, it will say central government on the recommendations of GST Council is empowered to do so, like that they will tell. Delegation, this is called as delegated legislations. So because of that reason, majority of the decisions are taken by GST Council, and GST Council meeting will happen only yearly once? No, depending upon the mood swings. Whenever people wanted to torture us, they will meet and they will torture. One simple concept here, one simple concept called as input service distributor. It was a very simple concept. I have 10 branches, and usually when we have multiple branches, there will be centralized administration in the form of corporate office or some head office kind of. Rather than the branch receiving the invoices, usually the head office or the corporate office receives the invoices. Practical na? Because you are doing audit for a company which has 10 branch. Do you think you will raise the invoice for each and every branch? No, definitely not possible. 10 invoices you will raise. No, 10 invoices means 10 different follow-ups. Then again we will recruit 2 article students just to do the follow-up itself. Okay. So therefore not practically possible. So one invoice we will raise to the head office. Now the head office will take the credit, and that credit will be distributed to the branch offices. This is the concept of input service distributor. So amazing, so simple, etc. Then what they did, why we need to create a separate head office, registration, distribute the credit and do the return filing, lot of compliances are there. For that reason, so this KPMG, audit firm KPMG, you will be knowing. So they have suggested one idea to some corporates. Why don't you follow cross charge? What is this cross charge? We will raise invoice to one branch. Head office, go to hell. We will raise invoice to one branch. That branch will raise invoices to other branches. This is the concept of cross charge. And PwC also approved, correct, nice idea. Almost every big four accepted and everyone were following that. Now the ego problem came. How can you do something which I have not created? You understood? You invented something. How dare you can do that? With effect from 1st April 2025, ISD concept is only mandatory. You listen to me, otherwise leave the country. You understood? With effect from 1st April 2025, ISD is mandatory. Until that point of time, sir, either you can follow ISD or cross charge. Circular also given, either ISD or cross charge. But now it is mandatory. Now those people who are following cross charge concept has to mandatorily come into ISD. You understood what I am telling? These kind of changes only will be there, and that's what we will be learning as amendments. So for Jan 26 exam, because 1st April means cutoff date it comes now, not for September exam, but for Jan exam. So whenever there are some amendments like this which is applicable exclusively for Jan exam, I will stress upon that. Whereas for September students you don't have to learn about it, but safer side, I just gave you this cutoff date. So somewhere in your notebook, you write this cutoff date so that in case if you refer any provision, because internet is full of advisors only, correct? The moment you see LinkedIn, so what they do is that they will go to ChatGPT and they will ask, today I wanted to make a post on this, I need something, it will give you, that you will post in LinkedIn, and that people will be watching and they will appreciate amazing efforts, etc. and all. Half of LinkedIn is, window dressing only, according to me. And they will buy some Udemy course for 500 rupees and thereafter they will not watch and all. Like your ITT, self-paced module and all is there, na? You will open and you will do your work, that video will keep on playing. Finally, one exam we need to write, in Telegram someone will tell, watch this 2-page PDF, read this and go for exam, you will definitely clear in SPOM exam. We do that, okay? But in Udemy that is also not there. Just course completed, you will get a certificate that you completed SAP course. Yes, I got, like, we were implementing Zoho for our organization and I recruited one person. He said that he qualified Zoho books. I mean Zoho, Zoho one, like that one ERP is there, that he qualified that. I asked him, come boss, for implementation I will give you 2.5 lakhs, kindly do the implementation for our organization. He said, sir, no sir, I just completed the course. Then in LinkedIn you mentioned that for the sake of my friend, sir. Understood? Idiots here. Don't go to LinkedIn. One of the worst thing, whenever you are depressed, you go to LinkedIn, it will make you further depressed. Okay? So better at that time Instagram is best. Okay? So people will be jolly. They will be enjoying with the reels. Okay, compared to that we are great. So like that we can get a feeling. So therefore, this cutoff dates you see, because a lot of people will post lot of things. You don't get carried away that we paid 10,000 rupees and attended one faculty class, that idiot did not cover this amendment, like that. You don't think because it is not applicable for you, that's why I did not discuss that. Okay, clear? Fine. And before asking ChatGPT, so there will be some disclaimer given in the ChatGPT last. ChatGPT may make mistakes. Okay, don't quarrel with me after checking with ChatGPT, please. See, you understood how much of hair fall? Got it? Completely went full, means that much of effort I have put in terms of this subject. You understood? Appreciate this here at least. Got it? So rather than quarreling with me by seeing ChatGPT, check with me once, sir. This is the answer we got. No, guys, you can sit here. Come. Rarely we get the opportunity to move forward. Okay. So make use of this opportunity. Why to sit always at the back here? Okay. Done. So yes, everything clear as to what are all the amendments that will be applicable for you, etc. and like which date, cutoff date. So therefore, this batch primarily focuses on September 25 exam and Jan 26 exam. But sir, what about these amendments? Right now we are in which month? June month. When we will be completing our batch? July end or somewhere August first week, like that. Okay. Mostly I will try to complete, but if not, it may take. Then what about this sir? How will I know? How will I know, yaar, when the batch is getting completed up to October? So my mother-in-law is not Nirmala Sitharaman. You understood? So therefore, how will I know as to what are all the changes that is happening in future? People will tell lot of, if you see lot of North faculties and all. So May 26 they have already announced the batch and they are taking. I am clueless how they will be able to take the batch for May 26. And these students also will prepare and go, and in the exam question paper it will come like some new amendment will be there, and these people will be clueless. They will think that the paper is difficult and they will tell paper is difficult. Okay, but frankly, how will I know what are all those changes? That's the reason why I told in the beginning itself, if you are appearing for May 26, after October, somewhere in the month of September, I will be posting the amendments video and you can watch from that. Okay. I mean like November, sorry. November I will do. After cutoff date, November I will be posting that video. Done? Yes? Now, next thing I wanted to hear from you that, you know, there are a lot of regular batch, exam oriented batch, fast track batch, like that and all. Why the hell you joined regular batch? Comparatively, if you go for exam oriented batch, it is 2,500 rupees less. And even if you go to fast track batch, it is very, very less. It's pocket friendly. Why the hell you joined for regular batch? Why? Sir, it's an odd question only, I understand, but I wanted to know your expectation, that's why I'm asking you. Why? What is the reason? Huh? More sums I will do in the class for that reason. No, I will do in exam oriented also. I will do in exam oriented also. Sums I will do there also. Got it. So, this is what I wanted to clarify in the beginning itself. My regular batch will cover even your intermediate portion also. Means intermediate, whatever you have studied, there is some 2-year, 3-year gap. Many amendments would have come. As many amendments would have come, so therefore everything we are going to learn from the basics. Little bit it will be boring also sometimes for you. Already I have studied at intermediate. Today you don't remember anything. Because the only difference between a person who clears and who fails in exam is that the one who fail will forget before exam, the one who pass will forget after exam. As on the result, they both are same, okay? And therefore, the moment when you come into final, so when I tell something, you feel like somewhere I heard this. Maybe some of you might have attended my classes at intermediate level or some other faculty's classes, but you will definitely feel like already I learned, why am I learning it again? Nothing wrong in brushing up the basics, because sometimes in exams, they will be touching the basic concepts also. Because when you see a transaction, we all will think about, you know, what is a value and what is the GST treatment, etc. But sometimes we may forget that this transaction is not a supply. When this transaction is not a supply, there is no liability at all. Then what's the point in talking about whether it is forward charge or reverse charge or who need to pay GST, taxable? Not required. So basics we should be clear for that reason. So that is the difference. And next, another difference is that we will be doing lot of Bare Act reading also. So because reading the Bare Act gives us an enlightenment that tomorrow if there is any change, see boss, you are not going to just write the exam. That is not just sufficient. You write the exam, you qualify, and thereafter you go to the organization. I feel that is the real exam. The moment you go into organization, to survive in the organization is the real exam, trust me. CA exam and all will become easy compared to that, because there is a huge competition, there is politics, and you need to survive over there. Only people with good concept knowledge will be able to survive in the organization. Otherwise, one person will come and definitely he will replace you, and he will definitely do that, because the only profession where freshers are valued more than the experienced is CA profession. Yes, because freshers will have more knowledge, updated knowledge than the senior people. That's what organizations will also do. They always replace freshers with the senior people. So senior people will be somewhere having 40 lakhs of salary, rather than going to that person. So they will recruit 2 freshers for 20 lakh salary, and they are okay with that. Are you getting this? So that's the reason why you have to keep updated. So people know while doing this career awareness, etc. and all, lot of people will be coming and asking, so CA course is difficult. Yes, CA course is difficult. So which means if we study for 3 years, that is sufficient that we can clear CA. Yes, if you put hard work, definitely 3 years is sufficient. You can definitely clear CA. But they will not ask what thereafter. I will also not tell what's thereafter, because thereafter also you need to study the same way. You got it? And only when you do that you will be updated. Otherwise you are easily replaceable. So tomorrow definitely this GST may change. Can you give me guarantee that the same thing what we are learning will be there? Sir, I taught indirect tax, sir, excise duty, customs, then service tax, VAT, like that. Today it is GST, sir. Tomorrow something may happen, na? Possible or not? Then at that time, what will you do? Okay, let's go to Tarun, sir, he will take again the classes. Come on, yaar, I am taking class for students, not for professionals, okay? So when you are a professional, you will learn on your own. When you know how the law is being framed and how to read the law, etc. and all, you will learn on your own. So that objective also I wanted to bring in into this, okay? But trust me, this will help you somewhere or the other. Somewhere or the other, even for exam also, it will be definitely helping you. That's what I have been doing, and many successful students were also there. Then, so because of that reason, we are scaling up somewhere like 180 to 200 hours is what I am planning. And as I already told you that Saturdays and Sundays, the class timing will be 7 to 1 and 7:30 to 1. Na? 7:30 to 1, good. So you should correct me like this, okay? Otherwise, no, I will take extra classes and torture you. And that time, we will be doing Saturday. Every Saturday will be problems and solutions discussion. Initial few classes, it won't be there because we need to learn the subject first. And thereafter, we are going to do lot of Q&A during the Saturdays, okay? And next thing, sir, I am joining for face-to-face. What if sometimes I may not be able to attend the classes? Is there any way out? Yes, you will be provided with backup for attending, you can watch the later also. So whatever is the number of hours, all the content will be available with you, but you can choose 40% of the content to watch later also. Which means, example, you are missing out the classes for 2-3 days. That 2-3 days you can easily watch. So literally 40% of the content you can watch, but entire 180 hours of content will be available with you as a backup. Then no sir, I don't want to watch the recorded because I purchased almost every recorded classes, but I have not completed it. Correct? So therefore, no one will tell. Google Drive I purchased, I completed everything. No, you would have purchased 6 months before, and even now also you will be still watching it, okay? So because we will not get that kind of discipline while watching Google Drive classes, so nothing will replace the face-to-face and online live. I always appreciate face-to-face and online live because it is very simple. You come, whether you like or not, you sit and you will be listening and some information will go. If you are feeling sleepy also, like I will be looking at you, so you feel like, why should I sleep? If I sleep, that he will scold and all. So for that reason you will not sleep. A kind of dedication is there and you will complete it for that reason. If you want to watch online live, say you want to miss face-to-face class but want to watch online live, yes, you please ask our team. So they will help you in terms of giving you the online live access, so you can watch that online live also in case when you miss some classes. Then, so there are few queries. I didn't study GST during inter. No one studied. Where they studied? So we need, so don't worry, I will take care. We need subject, not completion. Sir, I cleared inter only by studying DT. Very good. Usually reverse. Reverse they will tell. Sir, I completed inter only by studying IDT. You are amazing here. You should live long. Because I have a fear that you will skip any syllabus in UOB. No. And student is telling, sir, you may skip syllabus in exam oriented batch. That's why we are attending regular batch. No, pa. Then you don't tell like that and all. I am doing both, okay? Both batches I am doing justice, but I told you the difference what I am doing. Bare act reading will not be there, and even like more detailed discussion will not be there, but almost every syllabus I will be covering. Yes. Next, the another question to you is, how many marks you expect? How many marks? How many marks you need? Always, the target should be there. Na? Without target, we cannot. Why you joined CA then? Why you joined CA? For what? To get respect in the society, etc. and all. Become a politician, yeah? You will get more respect. So, therefore, money is the criteria. Money, nothing else. So, that is a criteria. But how we earn money is also important. If money is the only criteria, we can take a TASMAC license and we can run that amazingly, we will be able to earn. For those who don't know what is Tasmak, it is a place where divine bliss will be available to a lot of people, and therefore that license we can take. But how we earn money is also important. So that's why, you know, everywhere target is there. How much is the target? 50? 50? If 50 is the case, go to admin, ask for refund and go. You don't have to attend the classes. Seriously. In YouTube, I will put rocket revision freely. You watch that rocket revision and you go for exam. So 50 guarantee. 40 to 50 will be guarantee. You don't have to attend the classes. Seriously. So, seriously, I need to be frank with you. Okay, come on. Because I don't have to impress you. After final, you will not be coming for any other classes now. You understood? Foundation means I need to impress you for intermediate fees. Intermediate means I need to impress you for final fees. But final already you are there. What's more to impress you then? Okay. So I will be frank with you. Don't worry. And therefore, we don't have to attend any classes for that matter. We can happily sit back and enjoy somewhere in August like that, or first day itself we can start the preparation. 40 to 50 we will get if the paper is difficult. If not, September it is Jan. Like that we can go. But the problem with group 2, I will tell you. DT is a subject where when we will complete, God also don't know. Seriously, because the syllabus is such that they should have made it as group 3 in CA final, but instead they have kept as one subject in group 2 because of the syllabus. That much is there, volume is high, and no one will complete except for, because many people will think some concept book or compact itself is the DT, and thanks to BB sir for that. So entire revolution he created that way, wherein compact book alone people will read and they will go. That also they will not read. Somewhere like 60% they will read and they will go. But you cannot expect good marks in DT. So 40s and 50s, that range. IBS, needless to say. So we don't know. Even if it is open book, actually that is cheating according to me. They are telling it as open book. Our people also will take the books and go, and they will waste their time searching for the answers, but these answers will not be available direct, and 4 case studies, 4 hours, but in 4 hours they will write only 2 case studies because their information will not be there. By reading that novel, actually, you know, first few pages will be novel reading only. So one person is there, he got an idea to start a business. Who need all those things? You tell me, no, what is the relevant extract of the paragraph? No, full on. Maybe one person who write lot of stories got the interest to start writing IBS question paper or not, I don't know. Full of stories only. They have released some case studies, and the case study book itself is somewhere like 800 pages here. I don't know whether you have seen that. Not even one case study is coming in exam. ICA released some 60 case studies. Not even one case study came. And our students have taken 800 pages print and luggage and all they are taking. And for the sake of IBS exam, people start purchasing American Tourister bags also. Seriously, because they need to carry that many books. And there they are searching full books only. Usually during exam time, how you keep all the books next to you like that. Full books are there. We don't know what to refer and what to write. There also marks and all, no, not more than 50s, 60s like that. But we need to complete the group 2 at any cost, and even both the groups, if you are writing, you need to complete at any cost. IDT will save you. You target 80 plus in IDT. The moment when you target 80 plus in IDT, safe side you are going to clear in the first attempt. Because come what may, in other 2-3 papers, if you are in somewhere 40s to 50s also, so the aggregate problem will not happen. And definitely your score will be good, and if you are aiming for rank also, IDT will definitely push you towards the rank as well. So that's why when you are attending regular batch, your target should be 80 plus, not less than that. Sir, is it possible? Yes, yeah, possible. Many students have got in the past also 88, 89, even one student got 91 also. So possible, why not? It is possible, but only thing, little bit of dedication is required, then it is achievable. Okay, then so therefore many students were telling 70 plus and all, 60 plus no, target 80 plus, then only it is ideal to spend this much time in the regular batch. Okay, then so what is that you will do, sir, to achieve that 80 plus? Already I have provided you 4 books, correct? You might have received 3 volumes of resource book. So don't see the size and all. Okay, the 3 volumes of resource book is condensed into one small book called as That's It. Whatever is there in the 3 volumes, its summary in a crisp short form is there in That's It book. We will be learning resource book only in the class, but all these points are connected in That's It book. So when you do the revision, you do the revision from That's It book. Is it clear? And what you need to do is that revision I will do at the end. No, revision you need to do along, which means the moment we complete a chapter, now what you need to do, you need to read the revision for that, and maybe some extra points we might have discussed. You try to make note of that extra points, because if you open That's It book, I have given on the left side and right side some margin to write the extra notes also. In case some points we feel like it should be written, you write that. I have done 80 to 90% of the job, that remaining 10% of the job you do. So you keep this book as the lifeline for your IDT exam, because the moment when you start revising more number of times, the more possibility that you will be getting 80 plus, because indirect tax exam is so complex that there is nothing like that. One concept we learn, from that concept only the question will come. No. So in the same question, some 10-20 concepts will be connected. Are you getting this? So if you need to answer that question, it's not just one section, maybe different provisions we need to connect. There are a lot of interconnecting points. All those interconnecting points we need to remember, and we need to write the answer for that particular question. So therefore the revision plays a key role in our IDT paper. Got it? That's the reason why I have provided you that That's It book. Apart from this, 2 more books also will be provided to you. One is solved workbook, that contains all past exam questions, RTP questions, MTP questions answered as per the latest amendments. Okay, because like when you see ICI website, lot of old question papers are there, but the problem is that those answers are as per the provisions at that particular point of time. But I have updated that, and you will be provided with the solved workbook, and by end of this month itself you will be receiving, because I am working on it. I am working on it because lot of amendments are there. I need to rectify each and every answer, so I will be providing you that, and we will discuss the question and answers from that itself. And then we have even one concept grills book also I will be providing you. That concept grills has in short form the questions in crisp form. So what is the concept? One testing one particular concept, and what is the answer for that. So now for your revision, 2 books only you will be using, That's It book and the concept grills book. Enough. So with that you can go for exam. Got it? And throughout this journey of exams, we will be conducting test series also. This test series will be self-evaluated test series, which means you will be writing the test. I will post the video and you can check what is the answers. I will give you the marking also, step mark also I will give you. You yourself need to put the step marks, and you will know how many marks that you have got. And we will be conducting so around 8 chapter wise tests and 2 mock tests. So the syllabus, the schedule, etc. and all I will give you. You can do it on your own depending upon your time. Okay, fine. Now, sir, this many things which we are doing, then what is that I need to expect from you? So far I was asking about you only. So I also have some expectation from you now. So that expectation is simple, which many of my students will not keep up, but it is my duty to ask for that expectation. Come to the class regularly, and don't miss the classes, because initially few days you will have the excitement, enthusiasm and all to attend the classes. After some time, okay, anyhow backup is there now, like that you will miss, you will skip, and by end day, so you just look into the classroom once, everyone. Huh? Yes? We will see in the last. We will see in the last. So many batches I have taken, yeah, that's why I'm telling you. So like that alone I need attendance. Attendance I need. And after coming to the class also, you should be attentive in the class. Attendance and attention, okay? Because sitting in the class, if you are thinking of something else, so then there is no point in attending the class also, that will be waste, okay? These two things only I need. And third, trust. Trust. What is that trust? Believe in whatever I say as correct. Definitely I will not cheat you. I have not cheated anyone. So before coming to the class, you would have inquired, no? Can we join to the THARUN'S class? Is it okay, like that and all? You would have definitely inquired. So if you say, no sir, we just saw the poster and we joined. I don't think so, yeah. If that be the case, then I can bring some good celebrities and all and do the, poster. So then maybe I can invite lot of people are there, great people are there, Johnny Sin, Sunny Leon, like that. I can use them also for promotion. Not for the sake of poster you will be joining. Definitely you will make an inquiry, like can we go and attend the classes? Did anyone told you that no, he will cheat? No, right? Yes or no? No. So trust me, I will not cheat you. I will give you the best knowledge and ensure that you are successful till the time you go for exam. Sitting in the exam hall, until that point of time, I will be there for you. Whatever doubts that you have, whatever queries you have, whatever support you need, count me on. I will definitely do it. Okay? Fine. So that is what I need. So attendance, attention, trust. Got it? And somewhere you feel like there is some contradiction. I will tell something, you feel like there is a contradiction. Welcome, but don't disturb the class. You ask me after the class. After the class, sir, I feel like this is what I am thinking as correct because in my articleship I did like this, etc. So that I will explain as to why it has changed, or law what does it says and what is being practiced, etc. and all. We will have a discussion related to that. Finally, how many of you are doing articleship still? Good, fine. So therefore, you will be having lot of chances of outstation audit, etc. and all also. I can agree to that. And during that time, you just request our team. So they will provide you the online access. So wherever you are going, even for outstation audit, etc. also, you can just watch online live. Don't miss any class. Okay, fine. Can we start? So far also we have started, but we did not discuss about the subject. Other things and all I was discussing. Let's move on to the subject related discussion. You can open your volume 1 book. Say this. So in volume 1, you see the index first. So these are the chapters that we have in volume 1. Volume 1 weightage is close to 50 marks. Close to 50 marks is the weightage of volume 1 itself. Volume 2, that is the other topics in GST, its weightage is somewhere like 30 marks. Volume 3 weightage is 20 marks, that is customs and foreign trade policy. Okay. And volume 1 is very important. But in this volume 1, there are few chapters which are from CA intermediate. So this introduction to GST, supply under GST, levy and collection of CGST, you would have studied in intermediate. Even time of supply and composition scheme also you would have studied in intermediate. ITC and value of supply, even though it is there at intermediate, but we have more detailed or advanced information at final level. Okay. So these chapters are from inter, but again we are going to discuss everything. I have given the ICA chapter reference also in case if you want to cross check with the study material, I say study material. And this book is equally useful if you are appearing for CMA final exam as well. So if like lot of students will do both CA and CMA together, so you don't have to learn anything new for CMA final. Whatever is there in this, all these chapters are equally applicable for CMA final as well. I gave the ICMA module reference also. Now let's start with the easy chapter today, that is Introduction to GST. So this is actually very basic for you. So that's why let's make it like a interactive way. Okay. So you tell me, what are the types of taxes that we have? Direct and indirect taxes. What is the difference between direct and indirect tax? Too basic, no? Sometimes we will not know that only. That's why. Yes, direct is directly paid, indirect is indirectly paid. That is what it is, correct? So direct tax, wherein the person who pays the tax will bear the burden of the tax, whereas in indirect tax, the person who pays the tax will transfer the burden to the next person, and the ultimate consumer will bear the burden. So that is simple. If I slap a person, if he feels the pain, that is direct tax. If he in turn slaps the next person like that, if the slapping continues, then it is indirect tax, correct or not? Then why there is something called as duty and tax? So customs duty, like that we call, whereas GST we call as goods and services tax. What's the difference between tax and duty? Have you ever got this doubt? What is the difference? So duty is irrespective of revenue I pay, means the event happens, I need to pay. For example, I have imported or I have exported. Whether I am importing for resale or I am importing for my personal consumption, I need to pay some amount to the government, that is called as duty. Are you getting this? Whereas tax is not like that. Only when I generate a revenue, I need to pay, otherwise I don't have to pay anything. That is called as tax. That's a basic difference between duty and tax. Example, I am importing a smartphone for my own consumption. Should I pay customs duty? Yes, I need to pay customs duty. Whereas if I am selling a phone, I collect some money, I need to pay GST. What if I am not selling a phone but I am giving it free? I am giving it free to one person. So should I pay GST? I don't have to. Are you understanding the difference? But in GST also, there are some few transactions, only 4 transactions, even though without consideration we need to pay GST. Are you understanding? There are some transactions like this, but otherwise the difference between duty and tax is very simple. Duty is something we need to pay irrespective of we generate revenue or not. Okay, the next thing. What is this income tax and indirect tax will be levied on the same transaction? Is it possible? Is it possible that DT and IDT will be on the same transaction? Possible or not possible? Not possible. Possible, yeah? Possible. Very much possible. Example, you have a house property and that house property is given on rent, or you have immobile property which you are giving on rent. Are you required to pay income tax on rent? Are you required to pay GST on rent? So which means on the same transaction there is both direct and indirect tax. Does it mean double taxation? No, it does not mean double taxation. So don't ask me this question at a later point of time. Clear? So there is no double taxation. And next thing, one more point which I wanted to share here is that sometimes there will be income tax but there will not be GST. That is also possible. Example, salary. Salary income, if you see, are you required to pay income tax on salary income? Yes. Are you required to pay GST on salary income? No, because somewhere in intermediate you would have studied that employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply, no need to pay GST. Got it? Sometimes there will be GST but there won't be any income tax. That situation also will arise. Is it clear? GST will be there but income tax may not be there. Example, charitable trust. Section 12AA or 12AB charitable trust. So they will be doing certain charitable activities. For those activities no GST, but for other activities they need to pay GST. But when it comes to income tax, the trust has lot of exemptions. They don't have to pay any tax at all. That is also there. Got it? Like this, there will be disparity between direct tax and indirect taxes. Now, what you need to do is that whenever we are learning, so far, one subject we used to learn that subject alone. But now, you should not do that because you have a paper called as IBS. In IBS, they will be connecting lot of provisions, interconnected provisions between subjects also will be there. For example, in income tax, there is something called as monetary limit for filing appeal. Department, when they go for appeal, there is a monetary limit. Even in indirect tax also, there is a monetary limit for going for appeal by the department. But the monetary limits are not same. Now, when you learn in one place, automatically you need to remember in other place what it is, so that in IBS exam it will be helping you. And TDS provisions, in income tax also TDS is there, GST also TDS is there. So, when you learn somewhere, you need to correlate. Is it clear what I am telling? So, little bit laziness will be there. So, when you read here, some doubt will come, you will ignore that doubt and you will read it. But don't do that. You take DT book and you cross check. When you read DT, you will get a doubt. You refer to IDT. When you do like that, you will not get confused in the exam also, because many students have told me that, sir, sitting in IDT exam, we recollected DT provisions and all. But for DT exam, we forgot. Okay. What is the use here? What is the use of it? Because, the impact is so much that you read before the day of exam and go for the exam. In exam, you forgot because of the pressure. But in another exam, if you remember, at least in IBS exam, if you recollect, it's okay. It makes sense. But IDT exam, if you remember DT, what is the use? So that's why don't get confused. Whenever you get a confusion, you try to interconnect that and maintain some separate pages for it, and you write in that places. You got it? That is wherever DT and IDT gets connected, those things alone you write and keep somewhere, so it will become easy for you. Got it? Next. So here you can see tax, a major source of revenue to government. Why they collect tax? For the sake of public expenditure. Public expenditure is required because there is a income disparity between the people, and people needs to be taken care by government. So that's the reason why they generate tax. And in the tax we have direct tax and indirect tax. These were the major indirect taxes that we had in the past. Excise duty, whenever they used to manufacture, they used to pay excise duty. Customs duty, whenever import and export happens. Service tax, whenever they provided the services. Central sales tax on interstate sale. Interstate sale means sale from one state to another state. And then value added tax in case of intra-state sale. Both are sales tax only. From one state to another state means CST, like that it used to be there. Within the state means value added tax, and many other indirect taxes levied by state government. These were the indirect taxes in the past. But now we have only two major indirect taxes. What are they? GST and customs duty. Is GST a new tax? Definitely no. So GST is not new tax. Lot of old indirect taxes except customs duty, they have put in a mixie and they have turned on the mixie and they have poured the juice. That juice name is goods and services tax. So it is not something new. So GST is by merging various old indirect taxes. Okay, what are those old indirect taxes that got subsumed into GST? Right from the beginning, there was a difference of levy between central government and state government when it comes to indirect taxes. Because if you see income tax, no, who will be levying income tax? Central government only will levy income tax. Thereafter, every budget, they will allocate the amount to the state governments. That's how we design. But indirect taxes, states did not agree for that. Why states did not agree? Think of a situation, indirect tax revenue also will go. Then definitely for Tamil Nadu, 1 rupee also will not come. Correct? Because in Tamil Nadu never BJP will come. Am I right? So therefore there is no chance. Kerala, needless to say, they will not. And then in Telangana also the same story, and even Andhra little bit. So then some states, West Bengal to completely wipe off. There are some states which may not be under the ruling of central government. They may not get the sufficient funds. So because of that reason, see, it's not to undermine BJP or Congress. Even if Congress is there, the same situation has happened. That when Congress was ruling, those states where Congress is not there, they will not be releasing the funds to those states. This is normal. This is how the Indian politics will work. But then some states should have their revenue on their own, right? For that reason, from the beginning, I'm not talking about today's GST, from the beginning, there was a demarcation, this indirect tax, you levy, this indirect tax, I will levy like that. There were 4 indirect taxes levied by central government in the past. What are those 4 indirect taxes? This central excise duty, you can see in the second page. Excise duty, customs duty, service tax and central sales tax. Who levied excise duty? Levied by central government. On what? On goods manufactured in India. And next thing, customs duty levied by central government on import and export. So on manufacture excise duty, on import and export customs duty, on services it is service tax levied by central government, sales tax, central sales tax levied by central government on interstate sale. Interstate sale means what? One state to another state, okay. And out of these 4, excise duty, service tax and sales tax got subsumed into GST, but customs duty is separated from GST. They have not subsumed into GST, but in future there is a possibility that customs duty may also come into GST. Why they have separated? Customs duty is mostly on import and export. If we bring it into GST, the law is not properly settled. GST law is not properly settled. At that time when you bring customs duty, definitely the imports and exports get affected. When imports and exports gets affected, definitely that will lead to foreign exchange fluctuation, and it may happen that suddenly $1 may be equal to 150 rupees or 200 rupees also. That kind of situation may happen. For that reason, till the time GST law is established properly, so they have separated customs, but the moment when GST law is super functionable properly, so then they are going to merge customs into the part of GST. That is the idea of government, okay. So that's why initially they have kept customs outside the ambit of GST. So all these 4. So you can see it in the next page number 6, you can see. Page number 6, you can see central sales tax, service tax, central excise duty got subsumed into GST, okay. Just put the star and give the reference what are all the duties levied by central government. What about this additional customs duties, that is CVD and SAD? Listen, little bit discussion is there related to this. In the past, there used to be customs duty on import. Even now also there is customs duty on import. But if you observe, a person who locally purchases has to bear more tax burden than a person who imports. Agreed? Because if a person who locally purchases, what was the duties we had in the past? Excise duty, okay. Let's try to understand with an example. So what's your name, sir? Manav. What's your name, ma? Ovia, okay. So Manav is importing the smartphone. Before, I'm talking about before GST, okay. Manav is importing smartphone. When Manav imports smartphone before GST period, he has to pay only customs duty, correct? Now Ovia is locally purchasing the smartphone. Now what are all the burdens that she will be having? Tax burdens. First, to make the smartphone, some raw material is imported. That raw material burden she will be having, correct? Indirect tax, indirect tax. The one who pays in turn recovers from the next person. So she will have the customs duty burden on raw material, agreed? And she will be having even excise duty burden on her. Someone manufactures, they pay excise duty in turn collected from her, na? Correct. Then she will have even sales tax burden. Why sales tax burden? So the manufacturer who sells has to pay sales tax and in turn recover it from her. Are you with me? So which means she will have more burden. That is, a person who locally purchases the manufactured goods will have more tax burden than a person who imports. Now if we make like this, tell me what will happen? More imports will happen. Is more imports good for the economy or bad for the economy? In what terms? Deficit balance of payments. If deficit balance of payments happens, that is imports are more and exports are less, definitely the foreign exchange will increase. The demand for foreign exchange increases, so the price of the foreign exchange also increases, because foreign exchange follows a free float system. That is, the market forces of demand and supply will determine the foreign exchange movement. Agreed? So for that reason, you are the finance minister. Now what will you do? You have two options. Option number 1. On Manav, you levy additional duties so that Manav's tax burden is more than Ovia. Option 2, remove the tax burden on Ovia, that is extra tax burden, so she will have lesser tax burden than Manav. You tell me which one you follow as finance minister. Option 1. What is that option 1? Increase tax burden. Now don't complain about the finance minister. See, this is the mindset of ours. You understood? You did not tell, no sir, we will remove the tax. We will remove the tax because public welfare is only important. You never thought about. So from this crowd only finance minister has come. You understood? Then when finance minister has come, her mindset is equal to our mindset only. So therefore don't complain about her that why finance ministry is increasing, because money who don't need, everyone wants money. So that's what they also did in the last, that they had increased burden on Manav. How they increased burden on Manav? By adding additional customs duties. What were the additional customs duties? She was having excise duty. Come on, respond. She was having customs duty. So on him also, she was having excise duty. On him also there is excise duty now. But we cannot levy excise duty because the product is not manufactured in India. So they created an alternative to that called as CVD, countervailing duty. And she was having sales tax. So he should also have sales tax. But sales tax cannot be levied because it is not sold in India. So an additional customs duty got levied. What is that? Yes. AD. So what are the two additional customs duties to counterbalance excise duty and sales tax? Come on. CVD. CVD refers to countervailing duty. You can see in the same page footnote I have given there. Customs duty is not part of GST, but additional customs duties like CVD, countervailing duty to counterbalance excise duty, and special additional duty to counterbalance sales tax are forming part of GST. Okay. Got it? So what are the 4 indirect taxes that got subsumed into GST? Central sales tax, service tax, central excise duty, and additional customs duty, that is CVD and SAD. What about the indirect taxes levied by state government? Indirect taxes levied by state government? Yes. What are they? Many. Value added tax is something which you know, which is within the state. But there were many indirect taxes levied by state government. Sir, all indirect taxes are now subsumed into GST? No. Only 6 specified indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed into GST. What are they? Needless to say, value added tax. Then entertainment tax. Previously, entertainment tax used to be levied on actors like senior actors or cinema actors, and even on cinema theaters, and next DTH operators, cable TV operators. On them there used to be entertainment tax levied by state government that got subsumed into GST now. Next, advertisement tax. Advertisement tax, big hoardings and all, if you want to keep, you need to pay advertisement tax to government, state government, that also now subsumed into GST. And next, purchase tax. Purchase tax means octroi. You might have heard of somewhere in final accounts when you are making octroi like that. What is that? As you are purchasing into your state from other state, that other state will collect CST. For example, you are buying from Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh will be levying CST because central sales tax, interstate sale. But Tamil Nadu will be levying on buyer purchase tax. Why instead of buying from Tamil Nadu you purchase from Andhra? So pay. You got it? Like that. So there used to be purchase tax. That also got subsumed into GST. Then luxury tax. So hotel accommodation, when you stay in 4-star hotels, 5-star hotels and all, we were required to pay luxury tax in the past. So levied by state government, that also got subsumed into GST. So what are the 6 indirect taxes? Value added tax, purchase tax, then entertainment tax, luxury tax, advertisement tax, and finally tax on lottery, betting and gambling. Sir, income tax? Income tax also was there. State government also used to levy something called as lottery, betting and gambling tax. That's the reason why in the past, lot of lottery, betting, gambling used to be unofficial. Of course, even today also it is unofficially only they are doing. But why it is like that? Because income tax 30 TDS, correct? On the top of that, it will be added to your income. Again, you need to compute the income tax. That's the difference. 30% gone there. Thereafter, 28% will be the taxes levied in the past, state government. So 30 plus 28, there itself 58 is gone. Then you will invest something. You got it? So then what is it we get? So for the sake of government, why should I play the game? You got it? For the sake of government, why should I play the game, and what is the benefit that I am getting? So that's the story even today also. Even today also the same story. Previously lottery and betting tax is now subsumed into GST and they are levying 28%. But only difference is that previously entirely it was going to state government. Now central government also telling for me also give like that, okay. So 50% they are also taking, because you must be knowing this, that GST is a dual GST model. Dual GST model means what? Both central government and state government parallelly levy GST on the same transaction. And what is the sharing ratio between CG and SG? 50-50. 50% will go to central government and remaining 50% will go to state government, okay. So that is about this. And can you give me some examples of indirect taxes levied by state government which not got subsumed, means not in this list? Not in this list, but even today it is there. State, very good, state excise duty, even today it is there, it is levied on liquor, alcoholic liquor, then opium, narcotic drugs. So on these products we have state excise duty, that is not subsumed. Next, VAT is subsumed, okay, VAT on the same products, got it, huh. Next, I am talking about the tax. Tax, what not subsumed? Have you heard of professional tax? Yes, that is not subsumed into GST. And even this stamp duty, registration charges, sale of land, sale of building we need to pay, that is also not subsumed into GST. Then even some municipal taxes, municipal tax, local authority will be levying some taxes, na, municipal tax or property tax, etc. That also not subsumed into GST. Even entertainment tax levied by local authority also not got subsumed into GST. Even today if you go to movie, there is entertainment tax, e-tax, like that it will be there in the bill. What is that e-tax, sir? Entertainment tax levied by local authority. Entertainment tax levied by state government got subsumed, but entertainment tax levied by local authority not got subsumed into GST. Is it clear? So that is about this. Then what is the dual GST model? So there is one query, like one answer, road tax, road tax also correct. So whenever you buy vehicle, you need to pay road tax, even that road tax also not subsumed, which means, sir, whenever state government need, can they come out with new type of taxes? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Do you know there is something called garbage tax? Garbage tax is there. What is it, garbage tax? You put the garbage on the road, because of which you need to pay some tax. Garbage tax. They can. Tomorrow they can bring spectacle tax. Those who are wearing spectacles should pay tax like them. Possible, yeah. So in this democratic country, anything is possible, okay. It all depends upon the people whom we have elected. So depends upon that. So dual GST model, GST simultaneously by central and state on common tax base. Why dual GST is required? Already I told you, India is a federal country where state government is also having certain roles and responsibilities. So they need some revenue for the sake of that. And from where we adapted dual GST model from Brazil and Canada. So we should not say copied, no, sorry for that. So adapted, we adapted, so this dual GST model from Brazil and Canada. Sir, India is the first country to bring GST? No. There are many countries which already implemented GST, and thereafter India just looked at it, nice it is, let's copy, adapt. So therefore they have adopted this, got it? So France was the first country to implement GST, okay. Next, that you can see in the previous page, just highlight that. France became the first country to implement GST. Before India, 160 countries already implemented, okay. Then next, see, these are some key points which you might be knowing for MCQ purpose. That's the reason why I have given this, like asked you to write, underline. Next thing, sir, when it comes to GST, there is a date from which the GST is applicable in India. What is that date? 1st July. Easily you can remember. CA day, no, it is. So 1st July 2017 is the effective date of implementation of GST in India. Then whether GST implementation requires constitutional amendment? Yes, because until that point of time until GST thought, India had 7th schedule to the constitution. In the 7th schedule to the constitution, there used to be union list, state list and concurrent list. Union list means only central government will make law, state list means state government will make law, concurrent list means both central government and state government will make law. And certain taxes were given to central government, already I told you that were under union list, and certain taxes will be under state list. But now that both CG and SG parallelly levy, for that reason, so they need to make the amendment to this 7th schedule to the constitution, so which means constitution amendment is required. What is the year in which constitution amendment has happened? 2016, not 2017. So we will be getting carried away as GST is applicable from 2017. So a constitution amendment also happened in 2017, like that we may think no, it is in 2016. Just highlight that also. Constitution 101st Amendment Act 2016. And the bill got presented in 2014 and it became act in 2016, and the effective date of implementation is 1/7/2017. Whether GST law is applicable across the country or except Jammu and Kashmir, rest of the country? Across the country. Across the country, GST law will be applicable, and now there won't be any question like that at present because of abrogation of Article 370 to the Constitution. What is Article 370 to the Constitution? They gave separate power to Jammu and Kashmir because long back, so our Jawaharlal Nehru went to Jammu and Kashmir and ensured that so all the benefits are given to them. For that reason, he signed one Article 370, one of the dangerous article for the country, that's only invited lot of India-Pakistan problem and all, and because they used to have a separate national flag. Jammu and Kashmir used to have separate flag, and India, so therefore even many other countries, even in UN also, there was an issue regarding this. When they have a separate status, why you are quarreling? When you both quarrel, so it is not correct, so you divide and take like that, and all they used to tell in the past. All this is because of Article 370. So fortunately that Article 370 to the Constitution got abrogated, so now any law that is going to be passed in future will never have this doubt like whether it is applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir or not. So it is applicable now throughout the country. Next, another point which we need to understand is that as there is a dual GST model, central government also will levy, state government also will levy. What about union territories? What about union territories? For union territories, there is a separate tax called as UTGST. So like that, how many GSTs are there? Total 5 GSTs are there. What are they? CGST. CGST means Central Goods and Services Tax. SGST means State Goods and Services Tax. UTGST means Union Territory Goods and Services Tax. Then IGST means Integrated Goods and Services Tax. Then compensation cess. So we have 5. And here Union Territory GST, when is it applicable? Whenever the supply takes place within the Union Territory, then UT GST will come into picture. How many Union Territories do we have for which UT GST is applicable? 5 Union Territories. 5 Union Territories. Try. Delhi, SGST is only applicable because even though Delhi is a Union Territory, but it is under state legislature. So means there is a assembly, there is a chief minister, etc. and all. Recently only elections also happened here. So therefore Delhi is definitely SGST. Next. Pondicherry, again it is not a union territory as such, it is a union territory with state legislature. So due to that reason SGST is only applicable for Pondicherry. Next. Ladakh, Nagarkoila. Hey, when did you make Nagarkoil as union territory? Yeah? So, okay, so first we have Ladakh. Sir, what about Jammu and Kashmir? Jammu and Kashmir is not a union territory without state legislature. Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory with state legislature, which means it will be treated like a state. Treated like a state means, is it not a state? No, it is not a state. Jammu and Kashmir is divided into 2 union territories. Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Union territory of Ladakh. Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir is with state legislature, means like a state only, whereas Ladakh is without state legislature, that is pure union territory. First Ladakh, and then Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli. Okay, that is now considered as one union territory, Daman Diu, Dadra Nagar Haveli. Next we have Chandigarh. Chandigarh is also. Then Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep. These 5 union territories, UT GST Act will be applicable. Okay, I have given there in the same page. UT GST Act, that UT GST is applicable to Andaman and Nicobar, Chandigarh, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, Lakshadweep and Ladakh. And the other 3 union territories, Delhi, Puducherry, Jammu and Kashmir, will be treated like a state only. So therefore, which act will be applicable to that? Yes, GST Act is only applicable. And we have one IGST Act because IGST is levied by central government. CGST is also levied by central government. So we have only one IGST Act and one CGST Act. But why 31 SGST Acts? For 5 union territories, one UT GST PA, one IGST, one CGST. Why 31 SGST Acts? How many states do we have? 28. 28. Remove Jammu and Kashmir. And of course, Andhra has divided into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. That's why it is 28. 28 only. Previously it was 29, but Jammu and Kashmir, when it became union territory, 28. And to that 3 you add. What are those 3? Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu and Kashmir. So that will come to 31 SGST Acts. Then next you can see here, what is goods and services tax? You already know. Goods and services tax is also like a value added tax only. As I told you, it is not something new. The same concept of value added tax is there in GST also. What is value added tax then? Value added tax means we literally pay tax only on the value addition. For example, sale price into tax rate minus purchase price into tax rate, that is the net GST or net tax that we will pay. For example, I am selling for 150, I am purchasing for 100. So 150 into 10%, let's take 150 into 10%, 15 rupees is my tax. Should I pay 15 rupees to government? No. On purchase 100 rupees, whatever tax I paid, that I will get as a credit. So 15 minus 10, I will be paying only 5 rupees, which means literally value addition. So 100 I am purchasing, 150 I am selling. What is my value addition? 50 rupees. 50 rupees into 10% is 5 rupees. So that's why value added tax is nothing but tax on value addition. GST also works in the same line, and there is continuous chain of credits. That's what just now I told you. What is that continuous chain of credits? What is input tax credit means? What is input tax credit? Tax paid on purchase. Okay, tax paid on inward supply, adjusted against tax payable on outward supply. Got it? So therefore, this input tax credit is there at every stage. Manufacturer will pay, wholesaler will take credit. Wholesaler will pay, retailer will take credit. Retailer will pay, consumer will not take credit. Consumer will have the entire burden. Okay. Then final burden is on the consumer, and it eliminates the cascading effect of taxes to some extent only, not fully. So previously there used to be tax on tax because credit system was not there. But now there is elimination of cascading effect, but again it is only to an extent, because I will not agree to this completely. Even today there is some old indirect taxes like entertainment tax, etc. On the top of that only we calculate GST. Even while doing customs duty computation also we will come across this. First we will do customs duty computation and then we will be doing IGST. So why IGST in customs? Because I told you already, CVD and SAD were levied in the past. Now CVD, SAD got subsumed into GST. CVD is counterbalance of what? Excise duty. Excise duty subsumed in GST, and sales tax also subsumed in GST. That's the reason why CVD and SAD got subsumed into GST. So in the place of CVD and SAD, what tax will be there? IGST will be there. While doing IGST computation, we add customs, on the top of that we do, which means that still to some extent there is a cascading effect. Next, you can see which tax will be levied, that depends upon intrastate supply and interstate supply. Look into page number 7. So first of all, the taxable event under GST is supply. Supply is the taxable event under GST. What is supply means? That we are going to learn in the next chapter. That is, next chapter is full of supply only. But the event is supply on which the tax will be payable, because indirect tax is an event based taxation. And Whenever that event triggers, you need to pay tax. For example, import and export, customs duty. Manufacture, pay excise duty, like that. Supply, we need to pay GST. But that supply of goods or services is divided into two. Intrastate supply and interstate supply. Intrastate supply means what? If the location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, then it will be called as intrastate supply. So what is this location of supplier means? Logically you can understand location of supplier means where they are registered. If they are not registered, where their fixed establishment is located, you understood. Suppose if they are doing online, then the usual place of residence, like that we will take the location of supplier. What is place of supply? Place of supply is a technical term. So that is depending upon the transaction, the place of supply varies. Sometimes the place of supply is location of recipient, sometimes the place of supply will be location of immobile property, sometimes the place of supply will be location where services is actually performed, like that it will change. Okay. So therefore, place of supply and location of supplier, we need to see these two. If these two is in the same state or same union territory, then it is intrastate supply. If it is same state, what are the taxes that we will have? CGST and SGST. If it is in the same union territory, CGST and UTGST. Suppose if the location of supplier and place of supply, you tell me what is interstate supply? Same state or same union territory means intra. So then what is inter? Two different states, two different union territories, or a state and a union territory. Then it will be called as interstate supply. In case of interstate supply, what is the type of tax that will be applicable? Always IGST. So you can see in the next page. So GST, CGST. When for CGST? Intra or inter? Intra or inter? CGST, CGST, intra. Always in case of intrastate supply. Correct? Previous page you see. Only in case of intrastate supply there will be CGST. Next, levied by central government. Name itself says central GST. SGST, when? Intra or inter? Intra, levied by state government. IGST, intra or inter? Inter, levied by central government. But there is a problem in this. Whether we follow single GST or dual GST, which means definitely there should be a sharing between central government and state government, agreed. But IGST fully goes to central government. Then what about the 50%? So they have to give it to the other state. Example, supplier is in Karnataka and recipient or place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. What is the nature of supply? Interstate supply. What is the type of GST? IGST. Who will be paying IGST to whom? The supplier in Karnataka will pay IGST to central government, and thereafter what happens? 50% retained by central government. Remaining 50% will be given to the state. Which state? Karnataka originating state or Tamil Nadu destination state? Destination state. So they have taken one stand. That is government, central government took one stand that GST should be a destination based consumption tax. So wherever is the place of supply, wherever the goods and services are getting consumed, you pay tax to that particular state. That's the reason why 50% will go to the consuming state. Is it clear? Levied and collected by central government and 50% shared with consuming state based on place of supply. What if there is no consuming state? Means what if it is a union territory? Possible, huh? What if it is a union territory? Full 100% is retained by central government. Then UTGST for intrastate supply only, and who will be levying UTGST? Central government. Sir, UTGST should be levied by union territory. No, sir, union territory don't have the power to levy because all union territories are under the control of central government except three, that is Jammu and Kashmir, then Puducherry and Delhi. Okay. Now you see the next page. There is one illustration, you need to answer that. Just fill in that information. Tell me, location of supplier, place of supply, what is the nature of supplier? Nature of supply and type of GST. Location of supplier, union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Intra or inter? Huh? Intra, write down intra. And what is the type of GST? CGST and SGST. Nature of supply intra, and type of GST CGST plus SGST. Then second, location of supplier Union Territory of Ladakh, and place of supply also Union Territory of Ladakh. Intra or inter? Intra. So what is the type of GST? CGST and very good UTGST, because Ladakh is a Union Territory without state legislature. Then Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Union Territory of Ladakh. Intra or inter? Inter. And what is the type of GST? IGST. Now tell me whether 50% is shared with anyone or 100% retained by central government. Why 100% retained by central government? Because place of supply is Union Territory of Ladakh, so 100% to central government. Next, location of supply Arunachal Pradesh, place of supply Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, nature of supply inter. Now what is the type of GST? IGST. Will there be any sharing? Yes, 50% to Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Why? Union Territory with state legislature. With state legislature means treat like a state. Next one you see. Continue further. Location of supplier Chennai, place of supply Coimbatore, nature is intrastate. So what is the type of GST? CGST and SGST. CGST will go to central government. This SGST will go to state government of Tamil Nadu. Then location of supplier Chennai, place of supply Bengaluru, Karnataka, interstate supply, type of GST IGST. Who will collect? Will there will be 50% sharing? Yes, 50% to state government of Karnataka. Then next, location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Pondicherry, Union Territory having partial statehood, nature of supply interstate supply, type of GST IGST, and levied and collected by central government. Will there be sharing? Yes, because it is Union Territory having partial statehood. So 50% to Pondicherry. Next, location of supplier at Delhi, place of supply Delhi, nature of supply intrastate. So type of GST CGST and UTGST or CGST SGST? SGST. So CGST levied and collected by central government, SGST by Delhi, state government, that is Union Territory of Delhi. Then location of supplier Chennai and place of supply Chandigarh, nature of supply interstate. Now IGST 100% to central government because Union Territory. Then next last Chandigarh intrastate supply CGST and UTGST. But in both cases it is central government. Then why there is separate head called as UTGST? In order to know how much is a contribution made by Union Territories to the GST, there is a separate accounting head, okay. But otherwise revenue will go to central government. Next. Now we are trying to understand, first we saw what is GST. Next we saw what are the taxes that got subsumed into GST, and then what is the type of taxes, like type of GSTs that we have, we understood. Now we try to get a clarity about the goods which are outside the ambit of GST. Is there a GST on alcoholic liquor for human consumption? No, there is no GST. Why there is no GST? Because if GST is levied, 50% will go to central government and 50% will go to state government. That's a sharing ratio, na? But from the beginning, tax on liquor was completely to the states only. They have not brought it to the central government. Why is it so, sir? Because you all know how we got independence. And so we fought and we got the independence. At that time, Mahatma Gandhi ji has observed one thing, that all our kings became idiots because of the liquor, and that liquor only spoiled their mental stability and the unity and all. So they started giving their kingdoms to British, and British did the divide and rule, and they started capturing the entire country. So this liquor is so dangerous, let's stop the liquor. There should not be liquor in India, complete ban on liquor like that. So then automatically the revenue will get affected to a greater extent. So therefore Nehru said, no, we will leave the option to the states. If they want to generate revenue out of it, let it be, but slowly they will go off like that. But slowly it didn't go off, it went to a different level actually. And the intention was that's why they have kept it under the state list, they have not kept it under the union list at the time when drafted constitution. But now states are taking it as a privilege, okay, that no, how can central government come and do the sitting, one drop also we will not give it to central government, full 100% we will only consume like that. So okay, so that's the reason why there is a separation, alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Okay sir, alcoholic liquor is gone, but to make alcoholic liquor there is a raw material that is required, undenatured ethyl alcohol, okay, undenatured ethyl alcohol, and next rectified spirits. These two are the raw material to make the alcohol. Now lot of alcohol manufacturers, they said, see, on alcohol output there is no GST, but on the raw material there is GST. So therefore we cannot even take credit also. Why we cannot take credit also? My sales is not subject to GST, which means I don't have to register. Are you getting this? When my outward supply is not subject to GST, I don't have to register under GST. But on my purchases, I have the GST paid, which I cannot take as credit because only a registered person can take the credit. Unregistered person cannot take the credit. So due to that reason, that GST paid on purchase will become cost for me. So please relieve us from this cost. So considering this difficulty faced, so Finance Act, they have made amendment, Finance Act 2024, they made amendment that undenatured ethyl alcohol and rectified spirits which are used in manufacture of alcoholic liquor for human consumption is also outside the ambit of GST. Now there are 3 alcohols which are outside the ambit of GST. What are they? This is applicable for September exam. This is applicable for September exam and Jan exam, not for May. It was not an amendment for May, applicable first time for your attempt. Okay. So what are the 3 Come on, tell me. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and then denatured extra neutral alcohol. Go to page number 11. Go to page number 11 and you can see that alcohol for human consumption, denatured extra neutral alcohol, rectified spirit used for manufacture of alcohol. These 3 are outside the ambit of GST. Is this exclusion permanent or will it come into the ambit of GST in future? Never. It will never come into the ambit of GST. This exclusion is permanent. Okay. And until that point of time, like that, question will not arise. So it is not coming here. Okay. It will never come. So then what are the other taxes that will be applicable? So GST is not there on alcohol means it does not mean government is not collecting any taxes on alcohol. Without knowing this, one person who is now one political party, head, so Vijay Anna said that there is no GST on alcohol, but there is GST on medicine. Big backlash it has happened at that time. So wherein how can he be foolish telling that? Because there is no GST, but it does not mean there is no tax. State excise duty is there even today. Central sales tax is there even today. value added tax is also there on alcoholic liquor, means on these three products, there is no GST, but there is state excise duty, CST and VAT. Okay, when VAT? Within the state. When CST? One state to another state. Whether liquor is sold from one state to another state. Who said no? Yes, sir. Yes, it is being sold. You cannot take. So people who said no might have the past experience, went to Pondicherry and they would have said don't buy liquor and take it to Chennai and all. So they will catch you, etc. and all. You cannot do. But you know, the people, the dealers can sell. If that be the case, certain brands will not be available anywhere. Yeah, Jack Daniels you take, how it is available everywhere. Old Monk, Napoleon. So these brands and all will not be available. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. No. Recently I went to Goa. There I observed all these things, but I did not consume. Okay. I thought, why did I go to Goa and all? No, torturous it was. I fell down and I got some leg injury, knee injury. So maybe kannuvichitangappa nariya per video potte. Therefore, and but I did not consume and all pa. I just went taking my team and they also did not consume, because people and all are thinking, okay, they went, they drank like water and all. No, nothing. But I have seen many brands and all, those things are available in other places also. There will be interstate movement. So definitely CST will be there, VAT will be there, and state excise duty, manufacture. Whether liquor is manufactured in India, superbly. A number of, like distilleries are there which are making, even in Chennai also it is there, which is owned by many political party members. So that state excise duty is also applicable on that. Then petroleum products, whether on petroleum products there is GST? No. Why? Today if you see lot of states, there is a difference in the petrol price. Have you observed? Some states will be different price and other states will be different price. Why such a disparity? So because there is no GST. Had GST come, the price will be uniform. States have the liberty to increase the value added tax on the sale of petroleum products. For that reason, they put pressure on central government, ensuring that there is no GST, but central government did not agree to it outright. They are telling, fine, temporarily we will exclude, but as and when the GST council decides, it will be subsumed into GST. I don't know when the GST council will decide. For the last 6 years, I am telling the same thing. Okay, and this petroleum products is also excluded, and till the time it may come into GST, there is central excise duty. Remember, there is no state excise duty. Central excise duty means this will go to central government. Then CST and VAT will go to state government. So actually, when I was discussing CST will go to state government, CST will go to state government, no one got this doubt. How come CST will go to state government? Because CST is levied by central government. How come it will go to state government? That's the beauty of CST. Even though it is levied by central government, but it will be collected and retained by the state government. Which state? Originating state. Originating state, not consuming state, originating state. That information I have given. You turn the pages little bit before. Page number 3 you see. Page number 3 you see. Look into that. Central sales tax levied by central government on interstate sale, that is from one state to another, but collected by state government. Collected and retained by state government. That to which state government? Originating state. Okay. Now, tell me what are the petroleum products which are outside the ambit of GST? 5. Crude oil, then petrol, diesel, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. Which diesel, sir? High speed diesel. So you can see at the footnote of this page, page 11. So what are the petroleum products? Crude oil, petrol, high speed diesel, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. These are the various petroleum products which are outside the ambit of GST. Okay, and high speed diesel, what about light diesel? Whether there is GST on light diesel? High speed diesel excluded, so no GST. What about light diesel? Chargeable to GST? Yes, 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 they will confuse you, be careful. High speed diesel is only excluded. What about light diesel? Covered under GST, right somewhere. Light diesel oil is covered under GST. Light diesel oil is covered under GST. Covered under GST. Next. Then you can observe in the table tobacco and tobacco products. One special point is there for tobacco and tobacco products, that for tobacco there is GST as well as old indirect taxes. What is that old indirect taxes? Central sales tax. So sorry, central excise duty. Central excise duty alone, there is no CST and VAT. There is GST as well as central excise duty. Why like that, sir? Let them levy, no? What is your problem? Are you smoking? No, right? So then why should we worry? Let them levy. Let them levy any new tax also on that. That is not our concern, okay? But even then people will smoke and they will not complain. 1 rupee if it is increasing on any other product, they will do lot of overaction. But when tobacco price increases or liquor price increase and all, they will not complain. You understood? So let it be. Let them increase the tax over there, and on the other side, let them, cut down the taxes. So central excise duty, because government needs revenue, for that purpose they are collecting this. On all other goods, there is no other old indirect taxes, only GST will be applicable. So now you tell me, what are the goods on which GST is not applicable? 5 petroleum products and 3 alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And these goods are called as non-taxable supplies. What are non-taxable supplies under GST? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, denatured extra neutral alcohol, rectified spirit used in manufacture of alcohol, and then 5 petroleum products: crude oil, petrol, high speed diesel, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. Now there is one illustration below. I want you to answer that and tell me whether GST is applicable or not applicable, and justification, it's okay, I will tell you, but you just answer there, so that we will cross check whether our answers are correct or not. Just take 2 minutes time and just write yes or no, whether GST is applicable or not applicable. Yes, very good question. Sir, there is a manufacturer of alcohol, only you said on denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit there is no GST, but they might purchase a machinery, on that machinery there will be GST, yes, and they will be buying some other goods or services, on that there will be GST, yes. Now they started with this because it's a major raw material. Slowly over a span of time they will give the relief, okay. So we will give recommendations. X account you have, XX, Twitter, post it in that. Chechi, you tag Nirmala Sitharaman, okay. Then done. Okay, check the answers. On kerosene oil, whether GST is applicable? Yes. Why kerosene oil GST is applicable? Because first of all, it is not a petroleum product. That's why GST is applicable. Not a petroleum product. Not a petroleum product. Then cooking wine. GST is applicable or not applicable on cooking wine? Yes. Sir, wine is there, sir. So liquor, sir. Cooking wine and all will not have any liquor. Okay. So just because cooking wine is available somewhere in fridge, don't drink and all, waste. So it doesn't contain anything. Okay. So it is not an alcoholic liquor. Not an alcoholic liquor. LPG. LPG. GST is applicable on LPG. Yes, it is applicable. Yes, it is applicable. Sir, natural gas is different from LPG. So on LPG, definitely GST is applicable. So next time at house, they buy LPG cylinder, check the bill. Check the bill, you will know. Okay. Little bit be engaged in the family also, family life also. You should know what is the spending of your parents, etc. and all. You should see those things. Okay. And it is not a petroleum product. Beer? No, it is alcoholic liquor. But sir, small element only, sir, small or big, it contains no. So therefore, no GST. Then same way, cough syrup also contains alcohol. Then GST applicable or not applicable? Yes. Even though cough syrup contains alcohol, but the primary nature of it is medicinal preparations or toiletries, etc. also will contain alcohol. If you see, this, what is it? Sanitizers. Sanitizers contains alcohol, and even this varnish, paint, etc. also contains alcohol. And this glue is there, Fevikwik, etc. That also will contain alcohol. But primarily it is not for human consumption. I mean, not for human consumption means as alcohol. Just because it is a dry day, no one will buy quarter bottle of cough syrup and drink. You understood? We don't know what will happen to that person after that. So therefore, it is, even though it contains alcohol, but it is not considered as not falling under alcohol. Not falling under alcohol. What about engine oil? Yes, because it's not a petroleum product. Not a petroleum product. Spirit used in manufacture of alcohol. Whether GST is applicable or not applicable. Spirit. GST, spirit used in manufacture of alcohol. Just now I told you, amendment, rectified spirits. So GST is not applicable because it falls under exclusion. So this is the latest amendment, September 25. Definitely this point can be tested because it is an amendment. Okay. And wherever there is an amendment, so you just highlight in this book also just by mentioning A like that, or some different color pen you use and you mark that. But in that's it book I have given. What are all the amendments like that already I have given. I will give break at 9:30 10 minutes. At least 2 hours. Develop the habit of sitting. There 3 hours you need to sit. You cannot just like that go and all. And now that ICA has mandated that even though you complete exam in 1 hour, you have to sit for 2 more hours. 3 hours you have to sit there and come. Okay. Then, so we are now looking into, listen, the concept of input tax credit. So just concentrate, you don't have to make note of this. There is a trader. That trader is having some inward supplies. Inward supplies means what? Purchases. The trader is having some inward supplies and he is making like some payment, say 1 lakh plus 12,000 as GST, and the trader is having some outward supplies. Outward supplies means sales, for which the trader receives 1,50,000 plus 18,000 as GST. Now this GST paid on inward supplies there na, that is called as ITC, input tax credit, nothing but tax paid on inward supplies. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supplies. What is this 18,000 known as? Output tax, or also called as gross liability. Either it will be called as output tax or it will be called as gross liability. Now what happens is that this 18,000 rupees can be set off against ITC. Okay, and finally we get net GST. So we can do the set off. And what is the net liability? The net liability will be 18,000 minus 12,000, that comes to 6,000 will be taken as the net liability. Is it clear here? Now, so this 18,000 is called as output tax or gross liability minus input tax credit. The net liability is 6,000. What is the logic in this? Logic is simple. I am collecting from my customer 18,000. Already I paid at the time of purchase 12,000. So that 12,000 I will recover and keep in my pocket. So what is left with me? 6,000. That is for my value addition. So which I will pay to government. Is it clear? And journal entry wise, if you see, what is the entry for this purchase transaction? Just orally tell me, what is the entry for this? GST account debit. Purchases. GST account, we change the name. Input tax, modify. First GST we will bring, purchases will not come, purchase will come na. What pa? Final pa you are. So purchase account debit 1 lakh, ITC account debit 12,000 to bank or creditor or supplier, etc. So now we created an asset. What is that? Input tax credit. So which will be shown under current assets. Got it? Then 18,000 rupees is a liability. So what is the entry for this? Maybe bank, or it may be debtor or recipient account debit to sales 1,50,000. If it is service income, to service income, and this 18,000 will become GST liability. So liability will be shown under the current liabilities. Liability shows a credit balance and asset shows a debit balance. Now we need to make the payment. When we need to make the payment, what is the payment entry? GST payable account debit 18,000 to input tax credit, that's the set off entry. Are you understanding this? And the remaining 6,000 rupees is to bank. We need to make the payment. Got it? Suppose if you are going to pay in the next month or future period, then ITC will be shown under current asset and 18,000 rupees of GST liability will be shown under current liability, because the problem is that March month we have to pay GST by 20th of April. For that reason we do like this, and next sometimes quarterly payments etc. and all also will be involved, or sometimes we may defer the liabilities. So for that reason only I told you that current asset and current liability, otherwise in the month on month itself the payments will happen. Got it? Is there a possibility that there will be excess credit? Yes, when our sales is less than purchases. When our sales is less than purchases, there is a possibility of extra credit. What we can do with that extra credit? We can carry forward for next month. Like that, for what period we can carry forward? 6 months? 180 days? No time limit. At least in income tax, there is something called as set off and carry forward 4 years, 8 years like that. But our GST is so beautiful subject that we don't have any time limit. You carry forward till the time business is in existence. Once you take the credit, listen. Once you avail the credit, what is taking credit means? Recognizing in the electronic credit ledger. Okay, once you recognize the credit, there is no time limit to utilize. You can carry forward. But for taking credit only, there is a time limit. So whatever our people said 6 months from the end of the financial year, that is now 30th November. 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier, is a time limit by which we need to take the credit. But once we have taken the credit, there is no time limit for utilization of the credit. Utilizing means adjusting with the liability. So there are 3 words, 3 legal words that you need to understand now. Availment of ITC, utilization of ITC, reversal of ITC. What is the meaning of availment of ITC? Taking credit in electronic credit ledger. Good. And how we will take in electronic credit ledger? Can we go to the electronic credit ledger and pass the entry there? Impossible. Why, sir, it is impossible? Who will maintain electronic credit ledger? GST network will maintain electronic credit ledger on behalf of every registered person. Then we cannot post the entry there. Then how the ledger entry can be posted? Through one return. What is that return? GSTR 3B. So now you see this. So how GSTR 3B will be? One second here. So GSTR 3B, I am just showing you as to how it will be. Many of you might have seen this in your articleship, but maybe some students might be there, they might not have worked in GST domain at all. So for that reason I am just showing you. In your GSTR 3B, GSTR 3B is a return which will be filed by every registered person. The moment when you log in and you go to the services returns under return dashboard, you will be able to see GSTR 1, 1A, 2B, 3B like that and 2A. Now you need to go to 3B and click on prepare online. So wherein there will be one table called as table number 4 ITC. You can see there, the moment when we click on GSTR 3B, we have 3.1 that contains tax on outward supplies, which means this is your gross liability. Just now we saw na, how much? 18,000 rupees. That 18,000 rupees we will be mentioning in GSTR 3B under table number 3.1. Then supplies notified under section 9.5, that is supply through e-commerce operator, which we will see later and I will connect it there. Then interstate supplies, if we have any interstate supplies, that we need to show over there. Then table number 4 is crucial, that is eligible ITC. Once we click on this eligible ITC, we will be able to see table number 4. Yes. So a table will come like this, eligible ITC. In part A, there will be ITC available. Now, in that ITC available, whether it is import or invert supply under RCM or ISDL or other ITC, we should divide. And there we need to enter. What we need to enter there? This 12,000 we need to enter there. Where? In part A. Part A of table 4. And part B is ITC reversed. What is ITC reversed? Reduction in ITC. Is it clear? ITC availed is whatever we take. ITC reversed is the reduction in ITC. Why we need to reverse the ITC? Many reasons are there. So there is one point in intermediate you would have studied, if the recipient is not making payment to supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, then the recipient has to reverse the ITC like that. And sometimes if the purchased goods are lost or destroyed, etc., first we would have taken ITC. As it is destroyed, we need to reverse the ITC. Many reasons. Whenever there is a reason for reduction in ITC, we need to reverse the ITC. Then we will get net eligible ITC. Even one more reason is also there. Sometimes we will purchase some goods which is commonly used for taxable and exempted, then we cannot take entire credit, we cannot enjoy the entire credit. So first we will take the credit and proportionate to exempted we will do the reversal. So these are many reasons for reversal, then we will get net eligible ITC. Got it? Now whenever you enter this ITC in this table 4, that is called as availment of ITC. So where we will avail the ITC? 3B. Where we will do reversal of ITC? 3B. What is the meaning of utilization of ITC? After we do this, finally we will go to the payment entry, like we will click on payment, everything is over now. Now we will click on proceed to payment, okay, interest etc. You can see here proceed to payment. Once we proceed to payment, which means that whatever liability we reported, whatever ITC that has been reported, it will be set off and it will show remaining amount. That remaining amount we need to pay from the cash ledger. That amount which we pay from cash ledger is this 6,000 rupees. Is it clear? Now where this 12,000 will come, which ledger? Electronic credit ledger. And this 18,000 will come in which ledger? Liability ledger. This 6,000 rupees will be in cash ledger. So how many ledgers will be maintained by GST network on behalf of every registered person? 3 ledgers. What are they? Credit ledger, liability ledger, cash ledger. Sir, how money will come into this 3B? Whether we will enter or it will auto populate etc. We will take a break and thereafter we will continue with this discussion. Okay. So we'll meet at 10. Half an hour is sufficient. Okay, being first day, so Sunday it may take time for you to find the places. So we'll meet at 10:15. Okay, 45 minutes. Come back soon. And online students, whatever doubts you have, you just post it in this. After break, I will respond to your doubts. Okay, we'll start. So there is one query to one friend. Alcohol manufacturers can go for refund of ITC. Since extra neutral alcohol was a major component, it leads to huge accumulation of ITC, creating working capital crunch, correct? For other inputs, they can still go for refund, sir. Please correct me if I am wrong. First of all, they are not registered. Only a registered person can go for refund of GST. When I am not at all a registered person, I cannot go for refund of GST. So only one case there is a possibility of refund of GST even by an unregistered person. That is, sometimes we pay advances for some bookings and thereafter we will cancel those booking. Example, marriage hall you take. We make a marriage hall booking. We pay some token advance, 1 lakh plus GST like that. Thereafter, come what may, some reason that the bride family or the groom family did not like that place. So because of that, we will cancel the marriage hall booking. When we cancel the marriage hall booking, already on advance we gave it to that person with GST. He will return only 1 lakh. We paid 1 lakh 18, but he returned only 1 lakh to us. Then that 18,000 burden is on us that portion we can claim as refund even though it is unregistered person. Apart from that, normal business transactions and all, when you have purchased something on which you paid GST, just because you are not going to pay GST on your outward supply, you cannot get the refund. Is it clear? So unregistered person, needless to say, for registered person itself, on their outward supply, if there is no tax, it does not mean they can take refund of the GST paid on their inward supplies. So don't go by that misconception, it is not there. But too much details about this which we will be learning in future. Right now, as he asked the question, I just clarified. If you have not understood, don't worry. Anyhow, we will discuss that in future chapters. Then next, utilization, can you explain once? Utilization is simple, whenever we do the set off of credit with the liability, that will be called as utilization, and that utilization will happen again in GSTR 3B only. When you file 3B, you have to pay tax. Without paying tax, can you file 3B? No. Without paying tax, you cannot file 3B. Only when the tax is paid, the 3B gets filed. Due to that reason, at the time of filing 3B, we adjust our credit with our liability. That adjustment is called as utilization. Okay. Then, so output tax is credit ledger or liability ledger? Definitely it is liability ledger. There are 3 ledgers which will be maintained by GST network on behalf of every registered person. I told you. What are those 3 ledgers? Electronic credit ledger. What does electronic credit ledger contains? Only input tax credit. And liability ledger, what does it contain? The gross GST payable. And next we have cash ledger for the difference amount which we need to pay to government. Okay, these are the 3 ledgers. Now, I was into one discussion, that is, whenever we avail the ITC in 3B, this ITC, will it come into 3B or I need to enter in 3B? Which is correct? It will come into 3B. Auto populated in GSTR 3B. Is it frozen that we cannot edit, or can we edit? We can edit, correct? Future, we cannot edit. At present, there is no hard locking facility, but in future, they are going to bring the hard locking facility. As on June end, there is no such thing. So due to that reason, that will not be applicable for your exam, but maybe for May 26 students, it may be there. But by the time when you go for interview and all, when someone is asking, so you don't tell, no, we can edit like that, don't tell. Because the hard locking feature may be enabled. What is this hard locking feature means? The moment some data is coming in 3B, 3B gonna be just a statement like your AIS or your form 26AS, like that. A form will come, we will just check it and we will file and we need to make the payment, that's it. So from where the data will come into 3B? From where? From your 2B, you are a person. You will be purchasing something. When you are purchasing something, your supplier, for example, I am your supplier, I will be filing GSTR 1. Based on my GSTR 1, the portal will understand who is the recipient and they will collate the data. For example, there are 10 suppliers. For those 10 suppliers, they mentioned you as the recipient. The portal will understand from their GSTR 1, it will take the data, put it into 2B, and that 2B will be made available to you. Got it? Now, whatever data that is there in 2B is called as matched ITC. That data will come into GSTR 3B. Got it? Understood? So, next thing, when information may not come in 2B, you tell me. Supplier not filed GSTR 1 or filed GSTR 1 but he did not mention your invoice. Got it? Or he filed GSTR 1, mentioned your invoice but has given wrong information. In that cases there will be mismatch. So otherwise whatever purchase, that data will come in our 2B. So sequence you understood na? GSTR 1 by supplier. What data? Outward supply data. Based on that GSTR 2B. GSTR 2B will contain what? Inward supplies, ITC. Then from 2B, the next thing will be GSTR 3B. Who will file GSTR 3B? By the recipient for availing ITC, by the supplier for the purpose of their outward liability. Got it? Understood? So say this. You can just make note of this information somewhere in your notebook. And whatever I am writing in this notes and all, it will be shared with you in a drive, and that contains all the backup, like all the notes will be there. So in case if you miss writing also, don't worry, it will be there. Okay. So first listen to this. You can parallelly make note of this. So GSTR 1. Who will file GSTR 1? By supplier. By supplier. And what does it contains? Details of outward supplies. Details of outward supplies. Based on GSTR 1 of supplier, what we will get? GSTR 2B. What does GSTR 2B contains? Inward supplies. So auto populated. GSTR 1 data is auto populated in GSTR 2B. No one will file it. No one will file it. It is made available to. Made available to whom? Recipient. Made available to recipient. And what does it contain? Details of inward supplies. Details of inward supplies. Then GSTR 3B. Who should file GSTR 3B? Both supplier and recipient. Correct? Supplier to pay their liability, recipient to avail ITC. By supplier to pay their liability, and by recipient to avail ITC. Okay. In this, there is now some new information called as IMS, Invoice Management System. So what is this Invoice Management System? and this invoice management system is an amendment applicable for you. Let's try to understand what has happened before. Whatever data that is there in GSTR 1, that will be made available in GSTR 2B. But as a first step towards hard locking, okay, they brought in this IMS. Why? Why was there a need to do this adjustment? Not everything that comes in 2B is my credit. There might be some blocked credits. What is blocked credits means? Ineligible credits. Even though it is used for business purpose, but I cannot take ITC with respect to that you would have studied in intermediate. That is like motor vehicle is a blocked credit, food and beverages is a blocked credit, membership of a club, health and fitness center is a blocked credit. Like that there are many blocked credits. So you are going to a restaurant and you took your employees, okay, and you went to the restaurant and you ask the restaurant to raise the GST invoice in the name of the entity. The restaurant raised the GST invoice in the name of the entity and the restaurant filed GSTR 1 and it will be coming in 2B. Department don't know that it is a blocked credit because we have exceptions. What is that exceptions? If inward supply and outward supply is in the same category, we can take ITC like that, one exception is there. Or if it is incurred by company to their employees under a statutory obligation, we can take ITC like that, some exception is there. All this we will be learning in future. So whenever we can take ITC with respect to that, so portal may think that okay, this person is eligible for ITC, so that's the reason why it will give in 2B. But we should not take that credit. As we should not take that credit, but it came in 2B, what practically people are doing, you take that. Okay, even we will tell as consultants to our clients, we should not take this, it is used in the course or not used in the course or furtherance of business, personal purpose. Who will know, sir? You take. And then we will tell it is blocked credit, you should not take. Sir, let's see, sir, tomorrow when the department is coming and asking, we will take. So when client itself says to take the credit, what is our problem? We will take the credit and we will tell, okay, fine, you enjoy, because our future revenue is also laid there. When they receive the notice, again they will come to us only. So we can represent, so nice revenue we can generate, so fine. See, at the time he will not compel us or question us. We'll tell, on the day itself I told, you only said, so what should I do? Okay sir, sorry sir, you do this. And therefore we end up going into notices, unnecessary litigations and all. To avoid litigations only, the fair practice is what I am telling you. What is that? The blocked credit should not be taken. Now what happens? Matched ITC is there. We need to reduce from that blocked credits and eligible credits, and remaining ITC only we should take in 3B. That's why they have brought in editing facility in 3B. You understood? Why they are bringing edit? So directly auto populate itself we can take ITC, but in that auto populated there could be some blocked credits and ineligible credits. So therefore what they are telling, you can do the edit in this. But this edit, people are misunderstanding. They are telling it will come, but we can take more like that. More and all you cannot take. The moment you take more ITC than auto populated, it will spit on your face. One pop-up message will come. What is that? So you are taking ITC more than, be careful, like that it will warn us. But even then people will take. Even it will come in red and all. Even then people will take and they suffer the consequences. But when we take less than that, it's okay, not a problem. But this they want to avoid in future. That's why they brought in IMS facility. Invoice to invoice, you have three options. The moment supplier adds the invoice in GSTR 1, so I'll just show you how the GSTR 1 they will add the invoice. The moment you see GSTR 1, so we have B2B invoices that can be added, B2B invoices. In that B2B invoices, we need to enter the GSTN of the recipient. After entering the GSTN of the recipient details and all will automatically come. Then we need to enter what is the taxable value and what is the tax, and click on save, which means that supplier has added the invoice in GSTR1. As soon as supplier adds the invoice in GSTR1, it will be coming into the IMS of the recipient. Say for example, I am supplier, you are my recipient. For you, in your IMS, it will come. Now in that IMS, 3 options will be there against every invoice. Accept, pending, reject. Accept. Really you know that it is your ITC? Take. Accept. Reject. Blocked credit. Inward supply used for non-business purpose. Inward supply used for exempted outward supplies. Reject. You are not eligible. Reject. Why pending? Sometimes we can take ITC on fulfillment of some conditions in future. That's why it will be pending. Example, in intermediate you would have studied that whenever we have actually received the goods or service only, we can take ITC, not just based on invoice. Invoice is in Jan month, but the goods are received in March month. We can take ITC only in March, but it will come in IMS of Jan, but we will keep it as pending and we will take the ITC in the month of March. Whatever pending ITC again comes, pending invoices will again come in next month IMS also, and all those pending invoices will keep on traveling till the time limit for availment of ITC, so we can take at a later point of time also. That's why they brought in. Sir, what if I am not doing anything in this IMS? Everything will come in 2B. Is it clear? Is IMS mandatory or optional? Optional. IMS is optional. It is not mandatory. And what if I have not done anything in my IMS? Every data deemed to be accepted and it will come into GSTR 2B. From there you can do the adjustment and take the ITs in 3B. As a first step for hard locking feature, they brought this. Future, if they do hard locking, then IMS will become mandatory at that point of time. Is that clear, pa? Next. So IMS actually does not have any legal relevance. No sir. Yes, that's what I told. There is no legal relevance. There are no rules, and this is just a feature that has been enabled by the portal. It is like suddenly if they do something, people will cry like you are asking us to change, etc. and all. That's why they have brought this, because see, usually government will not do research, check the pros, cons, etc. and then they will not release. First they will release, then people will use and people will complain, then they will understand. That's the feedback mechanism. Then they will rectify. That's the way they are doing. So this is also one such sort. There is no rule, there is no reference related to this. Okay, that's what many times no. It is not GST law and practice. It is GST law or practice. You understood? Law will go in one direction, practice will go in the other direction. No one, like these two will not be connected many times. Okay, next. Coming back to this discussion about input tax credit, we have understood as to how it will work. And apart from this, you need to write down few things, that is 3 ledgers. What are the 3 ledgers maintained by GST network? 3 ledgers, e-ledgers, electronic liability ledger, electronic liability ledger. What does it contain? Liability of the supplier. Okay, and from where the data will come into the ELL, based on what? Based on GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Based on GSTR 1 and 3B. Sir, in 1 itself I will report the liability now, sir. Why again 3B also? Sometimes I will have some inward supplies under RCM. Very good, pa. And then sometimes I may forget the liability in GSTR 1, which I can add in 3B. Which I can add in 3B. But how can I add in 3B? If it is B2C supplies, I can add in 3B. But otherwise, how can I add? For which they have brought in one more return called as 1A. That is GSTR 1 filed. I missed some data. I wanted to rectify that, for which they have brought in one more return, that is GSTR 1A, to amend the GSTR 1 in the same month. Sir, anyhow, next month we can amend now, sir. Are you getting this? Next month we can amend. Anyhow, in GSTR 1, there is a area called as amendment like that. Next month also I can amend now, sir. Why should I amend now itself? What is the reason behind 1A? You tell me. You said 1A. Everyone said 1A. But I am asking you the logic behind 1A. Why 1A? Anyhow, next month I can file GSTR 1. Next month, for example, July month I filed GSTR 1. August month I will be filing GSTR 1. In August month GSTR 1 I can rectify the details of July month GSTR 1. Now, why they need a need of 1A all of a sudden? Huh? Recipient will avail the ITC in the same month. Wrong answer. Recipient cannot avail ITC in the same month because of GSTR 1A. We are all under the misconception. 1A when they file, recipient can take ITC in the same month. No, in 2B there is a cutoff date called as 13th. Any return that is filed by 13th of the month following every month, that data only will come in 2B. But 1A can be filed by the time we file the 3B. Okay, sir. You are telling lot of things. What is the time limit for 1 and what is the time limit for 3? I can file my 1A. Okay. But if I file my 1A by 13th, if I file my 1A by 13th, this data will be reflected in the 2B of the recipient in the same month. Otherwise, it will be reflected in the next month. So, your answer is wrong. I need the reason for 1A. Payment? Saving in interest. Come to one point. So, saving in interest. How there will be saving in interest? Simple, darling. July month data, if you amend in August, then you are going to discharge the liability 1 month late. For 1 month late, you have to pay interest. But through 1A itself, if you amend, anyhow before 3B itself, you are amending that, so that interest liability gets saved, for which they brought in 1A. Okay. Again, all this information we will be learning in a chapter called as returns under GST. But why I am discussing all these things in the beginning itself? See, first I need to give you the blueprint. I need to give you, before construction, I need to give you the blueprint. That blueprint is what I am giving you now. What are all the concepts which we are going to learn in future? All the basics we are touching, so that you will understand whenever we discuss that. Then, next we have electronic credit ledger. Electronic credit ledger, ECRL. So, this based on 3B. Whenever ITC is availed, it will travel to electronic credit ledger. Okay. ITC availed. Then electronic cash ledger, ECL. For what purpose electronic cash ledger? Net liability, to discharge net liability. Okay. Next. Sir, in this case, won't it become a tedious process to match the credits for companies which have lot of transactions in a particular month? If IMS is made mandatory, of course, there will be tedious process. That's why we have bonded labor in every audit firm. So, the bonded labor will take care. Yes, sir. Where do you think the company is sitting and doing all these things? No, company is not doing. So, we have lot of article students in CA firms and who are cheap labor, lesser than even this office boy's salary. and minimum wages act also not applicable for them. What these people will be done, these people will be deployed for doing this, and they go to an extent where, sir, supplier not filing GSTR 1, our article students will call the supplier, client supplier, and ask him, Ayya, GSTR 1 you have to file. I don't know how to file. Give me your username, password, I will file. You understood? Exploitation. And in this process of exploitation, now 3 attempts bring more and more labor into the picture. Got it? And no, but only 2 years of labor work. Got it? Thereafter, 3 years has been reduced to 2 years. So that is the greatest achievement that they have done so far. And I am not against anyone, but let's speak facts. Okay? Then otherwise comment will come. Sir is against ICI. He is surviving because of ICI, but he is against ICI. No, pa, nothing like that. Okay? When we will complain? Only when we love someone, we will quarrel, we will complain, etc. and all. When we don't love someone, why we will complain about them? We will ignore and go. Correct or not? Like that. Okay? Then and any like some admin related queries are there, pa, books dispatch and all I am not looking. I don't know courier also, pa. So you please ask our admin team. I pay salaries and all for them. Extract services from them. Don't ask me when will I receive book, etc. and all. Please speak to them. They will. If not, you send me message. I will look after. I will remove them. Okay. Fine. Coming back to this, e-ledgers you understood na. Next. Say this, system of credit in indirect taxes. Open your book, page number 11. Say this, indirect tax shall be levied on every transaction. The originator of the transaction shall pay indirect tax to government and recover it from the recipient of the transaction. Indirect tax paid at an earlier stage is available for set off against indirect tax payable at a later stage. This indirect tax paid at an earlier stage is known as credit. If there is any excess credit, it can be carried forward to set off with the liability arising out of next transaction. If there is any deficit, the balance of liability of indirect tax shall be payable. Okay. Now, generally, this credit system is a very good benefit for lot of people, consumers, but how this has been misused, we need to understand. For that reason, I am giving you this illustration. So let's take that there are 3 people, traders, A, B and C. A is selling to B, B is selling to C and C is selling to D, consumer, in the value chain of supply of goods, and assume the tax rate as 10% in each case, and the value addition made by A is 100, B is 50 and C is 30. Determine the total cost on consumer D if there is no credit system and if there is credit system. First we will see what if there is no credit system. Okay. So you can understand na this discussion. So you only tell me when there is no credit system what will happen. You don't have to write this, just participate in the discussion. What will happen to dealer A? What will happen to dealer A? Sale price will be 100. When sale price is 100, what will be the tax? 10. How much will be received from the consumer? 110. So therefore amount from customer will be 110. How much will be the tax to government? 10. So what will be the purchase price to B? 110. 110 will be the purchase price to B, and he will be, why 110, why not 100? Because this tax cannot be taken as ITC. When tax cannot be taken as ITC, what will be the entry? If tax can be taken as ITC, purchase account debit, ITC account debit to supplier, means that component is reduced from the cost. When tax cannot be taken as credit, means it will be added to the cost. That's what even your Ind AS also says, correct? So Ind AS also says the same, and even Companies Act also says the same. What does it say? Any recoverable taxes will not form part of cost. So recoverable taxes means credit. Input tax credit is only recoverable taxes. So here 110 will be the cost, and on the top of that, what is the value addition made by B? 50. 110 plus 50, 160. So the tax will be 16 rupees. How much will be the amount collected from the customer? 176, and the tax will be 16. And there is a cascading effect. Why there is a cascading effect? Even though this 100 is already taxed, again they are paying tax on that. Then from dealer C point of view, what is the purchase price of dealer C? 176. And what is the value addition made by dealer C? 30 rupees. So 206, and 206 means 20.6 is the tax, and what is the amount collected from the customer? 226.6, and the tax to government will be 20.6. Now if you see what is the total tax that is collected by government? 46.6. What is the value of the goods? The value of the goods literally is only 100 plus 50 plus 30, 180 only. On 180 they are collecting 46.6 as the taxes because of the cascading effect. Is it clear? And also, what is the cost to consumer? The cost to consumer will be 226.6. This is without credit system. Now let's see the same data. What if there is a credit system? If there is a credit system, for dealer A no change, 100 rupees, 10 rupees amount collected from customer 110, and the tax will be 10. But for dealer B it will change. For dealer B it will be 100 only purchase price. Why not 110? Because the 10 rupees can be taken as input tax credit. So due to that reason, so only 100 will be taken. What is the value addition made by dealer B? 50. So 150 will be sale price and 15 rupees will be the tax. And how much will be money collected from the customer? 165. But how much will be tax paid to government? Only 5. Why? This 15 rupees will be output tax and this 10 rupees will be input tax. So therefore net amount will be 5 rupees. And dealer C, what is the purchase price? 165. 165 or 150? 150, because he can take credit of this 15 rupees. So only 150. And what is the value addition made by dealer C? 30. So 150 plus 30, 180. So 18 rupees will be taken as the tax. And how much will be amount collected from customer? 198. But how much will be taxed to government? Only 3, because 18 minus 15, 3 rupees. Now if you see what is the total revenue collected by government? Only 18, which is logical. 180 rupees is the total value of the product, on the 10% 18 rupees. But in the previous case 46.6. How much is the extra money that government was collecting? 46.6 minus 18. Please do the calculation. 46.6 minus 18, 28.6. Exactly to that extent there is a saving in cost to the consumer. 226.6 minus 198. What is the saving? Same 28.6. So that is the beauty of this value added system or credit system, wherein previously whatever was collected by government now passed on to the consumer, because of which the price to the consumer got reduced. But what happened reality? The reality was like, anyhow customer was ready to pay 226.6. He was ready, no? Why should I reduce? So therefore I will collect the same amount. It's like previously CA intermediate coaching fees was 60,000. At that time there used to be 8 subjects. Okay, 8 subjects, intermediate coaching 60,000. Now the number of subjects came down to 6 subjects. Then intermediate fee should come down, na? Yes or no? Yes, but it will not come down. Why it will not come down? Because the business psychology is this. Anyhow customer was ready to pay 60. Everyone knows this is the rate. Why should I reduce it? I will collect the same, or if possible I will collect more. You understood? And if suppose anyone asks, I will compare with engineering course or medical course and I will tell there it will be lakhs and all, what I am collecting is this much only, like that. You understood? Because this is the art of communication, etc. and all. Learn this, okay? If you are not learning this and all, you will become waste in your life. You should learn this, how to convince the other person, okay? And therefore like that, generally anyhow they were ready to pay 226.6. If I reduce it, they will think that it's an inferior product. You understood? They'll consider mine is an inferior product, so I should not reduce it. So I collected 226.6, and then I have to pay the same amount as tax to government. No, I will not pay the same amount. I will pay into 10 by 110. Why into 10 by 110? 10% only, na, GST. So dealer C, what he will do, 198 he will not collect, he will be collecting 226.6 6, but how much he will pay to government? 226.6 into 10 by 110. What is 226.6 into 10 by 110? 20.6, and there is a credit available, correct or not? There is a credit available and he will make use of the credit and he will pay lesser amount. Now let's start reworking based on this. A, B and C. For A, no change pa, same 100, same 10, 110 and 10, no change. Whereas B will think already he was ready to pay, customer was ready to pay 176, let's collect 176. 176 into 10 by 110, how much is that? 16, okay, but I will not pay 16 to government, I will not pay 16 to government, 16 minus 10, 6 rupees I will pay to government. Same way here 20.6, 20.6 I will not pay, minus 16, 20.6 minus 16, that will be 4.6, how much government got? 20.6, you understood? Sir, previously also cost to consumer was same, now also cost to consumer is same. Previously revenue to government 46.6 and now revenue is only 20.6. Then who enjoys the benefit? B and C. The middlemen in the transactions will enjoy. Previously they were getting only 50 rupees, now they will get more. 176 minus 16, 160. Got it? Previously 150 only, 10 rupees profit it has increased. And previously, so 226, if you work out 226 minus 20.6, how much? Minus this cost. So therefore they are getting more profit now, beyond 30 rupees they get more, some 198 like that extra amount they will be getting. So this is called as profiteering. Got it? What is profiteering? Increase in your price without passing the benefit of reduction in rate of tax or benefit of ITZ to your consumer is known as profiteering. You will retain your same price here, because of which your profit will increase. The benefit which you were supposed to pass on to the consumer, you have not passed. And to avoid this profiteering, they have brought in one authority called as anti-profiteering, and that anti-profiteering also rest in peace. You understood? So yes, they stopped because many years over na, 2017 they started and now it is what 2025. So therefore anti-profiteering authority function is coming down to an end. So therefore we don't have anti-profiteering authority in future, okay, but this little bit you need to understand, that's why I just gave you this information. In order to avoid this scenario, government has introduced anti-profiteering provisions. At present anti-profiteering authority is not functioning. Okay. So by mistake, if you come across anything like anti-profiteering provisions and all, just ignore it. So it will not be tested. Even for May exam also they have not tested anything based on that. From May exam itself they stopped testing. So I don't think so thereafter it will be questioned. So just leave it, don't have to prepare from that, related to that. Now let's move on to the next thing, that is GST compensation cess. I was discussing with you that there are total 5. In that 5 I told you 4. What are they? CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST. What is the need of this GST compensation cess? Listen. Yes, please. Sit. To compensate. No, you don't have to stand and all. This is not a school. I am not a teacher. You are not a student, etc. and all. Okay. Respect if you have at heart, that is sufficient. Okay. So that you need to get up, etc. and all. So just because I said like that, no. So respect you have in heart, that is sufficient. But no, you don't have to stand and all. Please, sir. Tell, sir. Okay, to compensate the manufacturing state. Good. Correct, correct. Intermediate you studied, no? With me only, fine. So then I have explained. Fine, no issue. So let me repeat it again. What happens is that IGST, 50% will go to whom? Consuming state. In the past, the entire money was retained by the producing state, originating state or producing state. Example, Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a producing state from the beginning. The growth of Tamil Nadu is because of the sacrifice of many farmers who lost their agricultural land, and the industrial growth has started, and that's why we have lots and lots of manufacturing companies in Tamil Nadu. So it's a producing state. Now these producing state will make sale to the other states which are neighboring states, for which previously there used to be CST, Central Sales Tax. That central sales tax, even though levied by central government, but which will be collected and retained by state government. Which state government? Originating state. So therefore Tamil Nadu used to enjoy that benefit. Now what happened all of a sudden? They have shifted this to consuming state, which means 50% will go to central government, they are already 50% cut. Remaining 50% also will go to the consuming state, then the producing state will not get any benefit. For that reason, means completely gone. Previously whatever was revenue to that, they have not got, and they made a issue. So it was done by, at that time, Chief Minister, so Selvi J. Jayalalitha, she made this as a big issue, and immediately central government and even many states also supported her. Then central government gave a reply that previously excise duty was fully collected by us, but now we are giving share in that. Service sector also, previously service tax collected by us, we are giving share, but she did not get convinced because she's a tough lady to crack with. And then finally central government said, fine, no issue, we will give you the compensation. We will give you compensation if there is a loss of revenue because of implementation of GST. Okay, we are implementing GST. So you have some state revenue in the form of indirect taxes. If there is any decrease in that deficiency, I will pay. Like that, central government gave a promise. So every state has agreed to that. Now, this promise, who should keep? Central government should keep, which means they have to pay out of their pocket, correct? But they did not do that. What they did is that they have created one new cess for that called as GST compensation cess. So from whom they are collecting? From the people. From the people they are collecting, and they are giving it to the states for the loss suffered by them due to implementation of GST. So then again it will come to people only, na sir? Yes. Yes. But the twist here is that whatever compensations as we pay, it will not go to that state only. It may go to any state. Example, in Bihar, West Bengal and all, no one will pay GST there. You got it? And normal reservation compartment itself, they are not allowing us to sleep properly. Then where from they will pay GST? You would have seen many videos and all related to that. And therefore, they will not pay. Definitely their revenue will come down. In Tamil Nadu, we pay GST compensations as Karnataka, we pay, Andhra, we pay compensations as, all these things will go to some other. This is not north versus south division and all. Practically, I am telling you, you don't create any dispute here. Okay, India is my country. All Indians except my wife is my brothers and sisters. Okay, so therefore, no disparity here. I am telling you, maybe fine. So they may give it to Kerala also, na? They may give it to Karnataka. Don't ban me then. Okay, so maybe I said, okay. So then, in this case, the suffering is for people across the country. And sir, what goods, sir, on which there is compensation cess? There are many goods, not just motor vehicles. There are many goods on which compensation cess is applicable. Motor vehicles is one example. Motor vehicles is there, then aerated beverages are there, na, Coke, etc. and all. On that it is there. Even coal, this compensation cess is there. Tobacco products also compensation cess is there. Garments also compensation cess is there. Like that they have collected left, right, center from wherever possible compensation cess. And this compensation cess is payable only to those states for which there is a loss of revenue because of implementation of GST. How many years, sir? How many years? 5 years from the date of implementation of GST, or it can be extended for a further period as decided by GST Council. 5 years over. 2017 July, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, it is over. But it got extended further by the GST Council up to 31st March 2026. Highlight that. Page number 17. So what is the sunset clause for GST compensation cess? 31st March 2026. Last line. Page number 17, last line you can see. Has been extended up to 31st March 2026. Why, sir, they have extended it? Sometimes people will say, when you are drafting contracts, etc. and all, little bit of intelligence should be there like that. While drafting the Compensation Cess Act, they missed considering COVID and all. So this COVID 2 years, naturally every state revenue got affected. What we were doing during COVID, clapping, lighting lamp, etc. and all, where we did business? We did not do business. Only CA faculties did business. Okay, they only made some good money, okay, during COVID in the form of online classes, etc. and all. Many big faculties and all were gone in this process, okay, and therefore not everyone was making, and YouTubers were making nicely. So everything, so what they do from the morning to end, except bedroom, everything they posted, and home tour, fridge tour, like that, everything they started, and they made money. But others, where did business happen? Naturally the revenue for the state has come down. This fact central government missed, for which every state asked, there is a loss of revenue pay, because exactly after 2017 in 2021 only this has happened. So there is a loss of revenue you pay, for which central government don't have money. Already whatever money they have, one big statue they constructed, parliament building they have constructed, and they don't have money now to pay, for which they said, okay fine, don't worry, we will extend it for further time, because anyhow people are there in the country, largest populated country, if they pay. Because one person also posted in one Instagram that, why should we really work? If I start begging everyone 1 rupee, I will get 150 crores. You understood? Population is 150 crores, 1 rupee. If I start begging from every person, I will get 150 crores. Why should I work like that? Amazing philosophy. Maybe government also adopted that philosophy only, I think, that, you know, people anyhow will pay. So therefore, let's roll out. So they extended till 31st March 2026. And sir, what is the difference between tax and cess? Even in income tax we have health and education cess. Now what is the difference between tax and cess? Particular purpose. Whatever money that is collected, tax collected can be used for any purpose, but cess should be used only for that particular purpose. Health and education cess means for that particular purpose only. Now look into this GST compensation cess points, page number 16. It's not important area and all. They have not asked any question, but just we will read it to understand this. Compensation cess is leviable on intrastate as well as interstate supply. So both, not only on intrastate, everything, with a view to provide compensation to states. Highlight that, to provide compensation to states for the loss of revenue arising on account of implementation of GST. As GST is a consumption based tax, the state in which consumption of goods or service happens will be eligible for the revenue on supplies. As a result, manufacturing states like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, etc. are expected to face a decrease in revenue. That's why they brought in. So in one line, to provide compensation to states. Geography, entire India. What is the period? I told you 5 years, and it can be extended. So it is extended up to 31st March 2026. Coverage. These are the goods on which there will be GST compensation cess: pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, coal, aerated waters, motor vehicles and motor cars, etc. And this motor cars, when they levied the compensation cess and all, it has touched the rocket price. So for example, you take any car, decent SUV and all, So 12 lakhs will be the ex-showroom price. Take Mahindra Thar or even this, what is it, Creta, Hyundai Creta, even Toyota's urban cruiser like that, and Brezza of Suzuki. These are all SUV category, na? Mid-range SUV categories. So 12 lakhs will be the ex-showroom price. GST on these cars is 28%, that is 3,36,000. And compensation cess will be 22%, that is 2,64,000. So here itself 12 lakhs car, so you might have seen an ad 12 lakhs and you went to the showroom, but it will never be 12 lakhs because I face that. I will be seeing 9 lakhs only car, best we can buy, so maybe 1 lakh extra like that it will be there, but never 9 lakhs car will touch 18 lakhs. Why is it so, sir? Sir, already 50% government is collecting, sir. When you buy Mahindra Thar, so maybe one Suzuki, Maruti Alto car will be free. Inside it is, okay. So because there itself, some 6 lakhs like that they are collecting, sir. And on the top of that, insurance, road tax, registration charges, all these things are collected by state government. So 12 lakhs car will touch somewhere like 22 lakhs like that, okay. But even then people will buy. Why people will buy? Because they are thinking that we pay 22 lakhs for the car, not a piece of junk. So they think it's a brand, it's a quality, etc. and all. But thank God, because of them only, the country is surviving to a greater extent. Okay, this much money, how country got? So because of this. And some automobile sectors literally closed down. Example, Ford. They thought better to leave the country and they left. And some automobile companies, they made mergers and all. So like, Toyota, big companies like Toyota and Suzuki itself, they merged and they said, okay, then only we will be able to survive like that. So this is the fate of automobile sector because of compensations. As reality, it happened. And compensations will not be levied on tax. Usually cess is levied on tax. But this GST compensation cess is not levied on tax. It is levied on value. Transaction value on 12 lakhs, keep that in mind. Suppose in exam if they give compensation cess rate, don't apply that cess rate on the tax, apply it on the value. That line already I have given, you can see that computation. This cess is in addition to GST payable and is computed on the transaction value. Can we take this compensation cess as credit? Can we take this as credit? Of course, yes. We can take this as credit, not at all an issue, but it can be adjusted only against compensation cess payable on outward supplies. Means if I have the liability of compensation cess, then only I can take credit of compensation cess. If I don't have the liability of compensation cess, I cannot take the credit of compensation cess. Example, I am a car dealer. I buy the car. On that car, compensation cess is paid. I sell the car. When I sell the car also, I need to pay compensation cess. So I can take the compensation cess paid as credit, adjust against the compensation cess payable on my liability. Is it clear? But sir, just few time back, like few minutes back, you said car is a blocked credit, we cannot take ITC, etc. and all. But we have exceptions. When the car is used for further supply, so that is dealer of cars can definitely take ITC. Okay. Next. Input tax credit can be availed on GST cess paid on inward supply of the above mentioned notified goods. However, the credit of GST cess paid can be utilized only towards payment of GST cess liability. And there is a scheme called as composition scheme, which you studied at intermediate level. What is composition scheme? What is the benefit of composition scheme? Tax rate, concessional tax rate, rather than paying the GST at the regular rates. So they need to pay GST at the concessional rate. Already rates have been slashed down now for them. So whether they are required to pay compensation cess if they are selling notified goods, no, they are not required to. Example, there is a trader who is under composition scheme. On beverages, there is compensation cess. So therefore, whether the trader who is selling the beverages, who is under composition scheme, is required to pay compensation cess? No. So this is a very important point, because directly they will not ask. They will prepare one question related to composition scheme. In that composition scheme, they will mention the compensation cess rate is so and so. At that time, what we will think, okay, that also is required to be paid, like that we will compute and pay. Be careful, because ICAI will lay down lots of traps, okay, lot of trap they will lay down, and they want us to commit the mistake. That's the strategy in which they prepare the question paper, and they play with our mind also. Mind games they started playing. You know how? May 25 question paper MCQ, one MCQ wantedly they gave options wrong. For one MCQ, wantedly they gave all the options wrong. None of the option is correct. All 4 options are wrong. And that was a pretty easy question. But our students, what they thought, so we are not getting answer, like that half an hour they wasted in that itself. Because of which they could not complete 100 marks of question paper. See the way they are playing with the mind game. You understood? Bloody idiots, no? You understood? So it is not a fair game that they are playing. Boss, we are at the Kurukshetra war. On the other side ICAI, this side we are, and we don't have Krishna on our side. You understood or not? So therefore, know the opponent properly. Opponent is so dangerous fellow. Got it? You should be careful. If you don't know that answer, leave it and go. Many students wasted half an hour. Literally, they started crying that, sir, after I posted the answer video, MCQ answer video, they sent emotional messages and all, that had I not attempted that question, I would have completed this attempt, sir. I clearly know I left around 20 marks because I wasted half an hour there thinking. They started working. None of the answers are correct. You got it? So if at all I have the power to file any case against ICAI and all, so definitely I will do that for doing this kind of mind games, dirty games, etc. and all. But they started doing that also. So be careful. And therefore, this kind of rates and all they will give to confuse us. Most of the cases, the question paper will be more of traps only. Be prepared for that, okay? Then, so it is like a squid game only. Then, all taxable persons supplying the notified goods except composition taxpayer should collect and pay the GST cess, except composition taxpayer. Then how it works, this is for your information, not for exam purpose. This is just for your information as to how it will work. Simple path, they took 15-16 as the base year for a state. And from 15-16, whatever was the revenue, they projected the growth rate as 14%. 15-16 ka revenue, they added 14%, that is the expected revenue. Expected revenue minus actual revenue is the deficiency. That deficiency will be given as compensation. Is it clear? Just read it. Base year is taken as financial year 15-16, and every year the base year revenue will be aggregated by 14%. It is like a compounding. Then compensation payable will be projected revenue minus actual revenue. And this computation, whatever they do, will be yearly, but it shall be computed and paid to states provisionally at the end of every 2 months. Finally, they do the calculation based on the audited figures by Comptroller and Auditor General. For example, you can see next page. For Tamil Nadu, the actual tax revenue is 800 crores in 2015-16, and they added 14% every year. So it came to 912, 1040, 1185, 1351. But from when GST is implemented, 2017 July, so which means we need to take this 1040 for how many months? 9 months into 9 by 12, 780 crores. Same way actual revenue, if you see 750 crores, 780 minus 750, that 30 crores will be given as compensation. Same way for 18-19, 1185 is the projected, but actual 1240. Will there be any compensation given? No. Compensation taken, like that and all, we don't have anything, okay? It is not MAT credit we are computing here, okay? So only thing, one side, government will give. And next 19-20, projected tax revenue 1351, actually is only 1314, so the difference 37 crores will be given as compensation. Understood here? Then, Next we will see about the credits, that is we have got lot of credits, how it will be adjusted against the liability. Let's try to understand that. First listen, you don't have to make note of this. On my inward supplies, I have various credits. What are they? CGST credit, SGST credit, then IGST credit, UTGST credit, and compensation cess credit, correct? All the credits. Then on my outward supplies, I have CGST payable, this is on outward supplies. On outward supplies, we have CGST payable, then SGST payable, then IGST, just I'll change this, UTGST credit, then UTGST payable, then IGST credit, IGST payable, and then cess payable. Now tell me whether I can use my CGST credit for payment of all liabilities. What and all liabilities I can pay using my CGST credit? CGST and SGST, CGST and IGST, correct? What about SGST? Compensation cess, no. Compensation cess credit can be used only for payment of compensation cess. For other things and all we cannot. Moreover, other credits also we cannot use for payment of compensation cess. What about UTGST? Then what about IGST? All except cess. Now this is the matrix of utilization that we need to remember. In this, try to remember it in simple way. IGST credit, there is no restriction, correct? Correct, means IGST credit can be utilized for payment of any GST liability, and any GST credit can be utilized for payment of IGST liability, got it? So IGST credit for any liability, any credit for IGST liability, there is no restriction in IGST. But with respect to other three, CGST, SGST and UTGST, what about that? CGST for, SGST for, UTGST for, so cross utilization is not possible, got it? So this is the first rule that you need to remember, that is there is no restriction in IGST, and with respect to other three, respective credits can be used for payment of respective liability. You can also remember it like this. Now say there is Mr. X, Mrs. X, parents of Mr. X. Will X adjust with his wife? Yes. His wife will adjust with X? Yes. Parents of X will adjust with X? Yes. X will adjust with parents? Yes. As you are born as a male, you have to do that. No other go. Both are important. Okay. So it is always a dispute between past versus future. Yes, parents will tell this many days I have given birth to you, growth to you, etc. and all, how can you forget? And the girl will come and ask you, trusting you I came into your life, how can you leave me? So balancing is required, okay, he will adjust. But these people will never adjust, okay, will never. Always problem will be there. Anyway you can, maybe general knowledge etc. and all. So this IGST is Mr. X pa, and Mrs. X is CGST pa, and parents of X is SGST or UTGST. IGST will be adjusted against CGST, CGST against IGST, IGST against SGST or UTGST, SGST or UTGST against IGST, but the cross utilization will never be possible. Got it? Can you remember this? Sir, in this process, what about cess, sir? Cess is like no way connected to the family, relatives, okay. They will never adjust with us, okay. We will not adjust with them, they will not adjust with us. So they will adjust with them only. So cess credit and GST compensations can be adjusted only against GST compensations as payable. Then what is the priority in IGST credit? First we should use it for what? IGST credit, IGST, okay. Then CGST, SGST, UTGST, any priority? No priority, there is no priority. Already I told you, wife important, parents important, both are important, no priority there, any manner, any proportion, got it? Sometimes mom will cook, you have to tell your cooking is amazing like that, and a wife will cook and you have to tell your cooking is amazing, and my mom and all will not cook like that, and all we should do. So depending upon the case to case basis, we need to utilize the IGST credit. Is it clear? So there is no priority there, priority first IGST, thereafter between CGST, SGST, UTGST in any manner, any proportion. Is it clear? Next. Sir, I have IGST liability. IGST liability, first I told you IGST credit, how we will utilize. The same way CGST payable, what we will do first? CGST credit, then IGST, that is CGST credit first for what? CGST payable, next for, people are selfish na nowadays, first they will think about them, then only they will think about husband, you understood or not? So first CGST, then IGST, you got it? And parents also, after marriage they will also become like that only, that is, so first they will think about themselves only, SGST liability, UTGST liability, then only about IGST liability. Is it clear? So first IGST credit for IGST, thereafter CGST, SGST, UTGST in any manner, any proportion. Then other three credits, CGST, SGST, UTGST, first for its liability, then for IGST liability. Got it? So three principles we have learned, total 4 principles are there, 3 principles we have learned. Tell me what are the 3 principles. Number 1, there is no restriction in IGST, means IGST credit can be utilized for payment of any liability, and any credit can be utilized for payment of IGST liability. Between the other three, respective credit for payment of respective liability, no cross utilization. This is principle number 1. Principle number 2, priority. IGST credit first for IGST, then CGST, SGST or UTGST in any manner, any proportion. Very good. Then remaining credits first for its liability, thereafter for, then next one, third principle. What is that third principle? Compensation, that is not compensation, compensation is already we discussed that. Which credit I need to use first? Which credit should be exhausted? IGST, correct? So IGST money should be exhausted first. Yes, really, because practically I have seen. My wife also will have money, but she will never take out of her wallet. Only when my wallet becomes empty, only she will take from her wallet. That's usual. So that's why whose credit will be exhausted first? IGST credit, then only CGST or SGST credit, etc. Got it? That is third principle. Then fourth principle, for payment of IGST liability, already we know which credit we will use first? IGST, thereafter CGST, thereafter only SGST or UTGST. Got it? First when I have liability, I should pay out of my pocket. Then whom can I ask? Wife or parents? Don't tell both, wife, and thereafter only parents, because if I go to parents and ask, they will spit on my face, donkey's age you got, still you are dependent on me like that. So I need to ask wife, if that is also not sufficient, only parents. So IGST credit first, then CGST, then SGST or UTGST. Clear? So these 4 principles are given in section 49 subsection 5, manner of utilization of credit, which you can see in input tax credit chapter It's not there here, na? Did I give here? No. Page number 343. Kindly look into page 343, pa. Page 342, the table I have given, that's why I did not make you write. And these 4 principles are there in page number 343. So principle number 1, there is no restriction with respect to IGST, that is any GST credit can be utilized for payment of IGST and IGST credit can be utilized for any GST liability. With respect to other credits, respective credit can be used for payment of respective liability and cross utilization is not allowed. Principle 2, priority IGST credit first for IGST, then CGST, SGST or UTGST, any manner, any proportion. CGST credit first for CGST, then for IGST, SGST first for SGST, then for IGST, UTGST first for UTGST, then for IGST. Principle 3, before utilizing CGST and SGST credit, which credit should be exhausted? IGST should be completely exhausted and order of utilization of IGST credit should be followed. Last principle, for payment of IGST liability, credit should be utilized in the following order, that is first IGST credit, then CGST credit, then SGST credit or UTGST credit. What is the difference between 4th principle and 2nd principle? In 2nd principle, I have IGST credit and multiple liabilities. But in the 4th principle, I have one liability but multiple credits. There is a difference in that. Okay. Now, these are the illustrations which we need to see now. First, look into illustration 1. Compute the net GST payable from the following data. We have only IGST credit. So, what we should do? First, we need to use this 25,000 for payment of IGST, 10,000. Still, what is left? 15,000. That 15,000 we can use it for CGST or SGST in any manner, any proportion. So, single answer will come or multiple answers will come? Multiple answers will come. Then, which answer will be correct? In suggested answers, they can do anything. What they can do? That 15,000 they can set off against CGST 7,500, SGST 7,500. Or entire 15,000 they will adjust against CGST. Or entire 15,000 they can again adjust against SGST. So, multiple answers will come. Safer side. The best way is to ensure that one total column you are writing. When you write a total column, even though they follow any assumption or any way, but the total will give the clarity. For that reason, while preparing the table itself, you try to write one more column at the end, that is total column. Okay. So, just write down in your notebook. Answer to illustration 1, page 343. Now, what you need to do is that for your notebook, you need to maintain one dedicated notebook. Hardly some 100 to 150 pages is sufficient, not more than that, for writing the answers, for practicing the questions, for that purpose. Now, in your notebook, you need to give the page numbers. So, today, when you have time, for your notebook, you give the running page numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And those page numbers of your notebook, you write in this book, because you will read from this book. When you turn the pages, you turn the pages from this book so that you know where the answer is in your notebook. Okay. That reference you please create. So, your notebook ka page number you write here. Okay. Now, you want me to do or orally? Can I tell? You try? Yes. Simple template. What is that we need to do? Computation of net GST payable. Always when you do the computation, ensure that you are giving a heading. Heading must pa. So, if you are not giving heading, definitely there is a chance that the step mark may be lost. So, that is the reason why every computation give the note like heading. What is that it is? Okay. So, computation of net GST payable. Computation of net GST payable. Thereafter below, prepare one table, particulars with 4 columns. Particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST and total. particulars with 4 columns: CGST, SGST, IGST and total. And in particulars, first you need to write gross GST payable. Gross GST payable. So you copy paste from the question: 20,000, 20,000, 10,000. 20,000, 20,000, 10,000. Minus next line. So total is how much? 20, 20, 10, 50,000. Total column you write 50,000. Then next line, minus IGST credit utilized for IGST payable. In particulars write minus IGST credit utilized for IGST payable. Minus IGST credit utilized for IGST payable. See, when you are writing, no, the writing should be so good that, like a love letter you are writing to your loved one, you have to write the answer sheet also. Think that valuer is someone who is in a long distance relationship, that you are writing a letter to them, like that you write. Don't casually write. Seriously, no, because your handwriting plays a role. Already they are scanning and sending to the evaluator. Already in scanning itself 30 to 40% will be gone. Have you ever observed, when you write something, when it is scanned fully, it will not come, it will get diluted, it will get pixelated. That ICI wanted to save the size of the files, so they reduce the MB and all. You got it? Then they will be sending it to the valuer. Already valuer, he might be watching too much of phone and all, his eyes would have been gone, and he will read something and he will give the marks, because there is no physical paper evaluation, everything is digital. There they will give, and lot of factors are there. Maybe his wife have scolded him in the morning, that effect and all he will show here. You understood? After crossing all these hurdles, you should see in your screen successful. You got it? This many hurdles are there. That's why let's weed out one by one. So handwriting, you please improve. Second, ICI is in super profits. Don't save money for them. Leave lines, proper line gap and write, so that your handwriting will be legible. No idiot can write the complete answer sheet. If someone is completing the answer sheet and asking for additional, look at him. Look at him and take a photograph if possible of him. Okay. Also collect his roll number also. You will know the reality on the exam day, result day. You understood or not? Not possible. No one can take additional sheet and all. That much of answer booklet no one will fill. If you save papers, there is no benefit also for ICI. Got it? Leave one line gap. If your handwriting is not that good, leave one line gap and write. To the extent possible, don't write it in paragraphs. You cannot improve your handwriting overnight, but at least incorporate all these things now itself when you are writing. Okay? Then, but there is no typing job in exam. You have to write. Last 2 years you lost your writing practice. Got it? Right. Minus IGST credit utilized for IGST payable. So go to IGST column and mention minus 10,000 in brackets. In brackets 10,000. Next line. Next line in particulars. IGST credit utilized for CGST and SGST payable. IGST credit utilized for CGST and SGST payable. Now it's up to you. Anyway you can do. Full 15,000 you can reduce for CGST, or full 15,000 you can reduce for SGST, or you can divide equally and do. Any way you do, the answer will not change. I mean, the total answer will not change. Now finally you need to do the net GST payable. Finally you need to do net GST payable. In that net GST payable depends on what assumption you have taken. Accordingly the answer will come, but the total answer will be 25,000. The total column will be 25,000. Got it? Next illustration, say this. Compute net GST payable from the following data: GST payable on outward supply 2020 and IGST 10, and GST payable on inward supply 22,000, 22,000. Now what we need to do in this case? First 22,000 we will use 20,000, this 22,000 also 20,000, so that we will be getting extra 2 and 2. So net GST will be 6,000. So not a big question, na? Yes or no? So therefore directly we can write here net GST payable, and here there is no multiple answers possible, only one answer. 0, 0, and extra we will be having 4,000. 4,000. How we got 4,000? 2,000 CGST and 2,000 SGST. So the net liability will become 6,000. Or if you want to write in your notebook also, you write. But this is a simple answer. Then look into question number 3, illustration 3. Compute net GST payable from the following data: particulars CGST, SGST, IGST. GST payable on outward supply will be 20,000 and 20,000. GST paid on inward supply is 10,000, 10,000 and 10,000. What we will do first? IGST credit should be exhausted. How we will exhaust? Anyway, 10,000 for CGST or 10,000 for SGST or 5,000 CGST, 5,000 SGST, anyway you can do. And then you will reduce 10,000 CGST and 10,000 SGST, so finally you will get the answer. As there is a possibility of multiple answers, you add one more column, that is total column. Write down answer to illustration 3. Answer to illustration 3, particulars computation of net GST payable, particulars CGST, SGST, IGST and total. Particulars CGST, SGST, IGST and total. Gross liability CGST 20, SGST 20, total will be 40, minus IGST credit utilized, next line in particulars, IGST credit utilized, IGST credit utilized. Anyway you do, it's up to you, you are at liberty. Then next CGST and SGST credit utilized. First IGST credit utilized, next line CGST and SGST credit utilized. So that comes to 10,000 and 10,000. So finally the answer, depending upon whatever you have taken, but the total will be 10,000, correct? Next, illustration 4. Compute net GST payable from the following data. Say this question: CGST 5,000, SGST 5,000 and IGST 5,000, whereas credit 2,000, 2,000 and 10,000. So what we will do first? IGST credit we will utilize for payment of IGST. So 10,000, 5,000 will be paid. So what is left? 5,000. That 5,000 what we can do? Can I use fully for CGST? No, I should not do that. Why I should not do that? Suppose if I do that, what will happen? Let's see. If I use that 5,000 fully for CGST, this 2,000 will be excess credit that cannot be adjusted against SGST, so it can only be carried forward. Whereas SGST 5000 minus 2000, 3000 will become payable. When I have a payable, what's the point in doing carry forward? Got it? For that reason, we need to ensure that optimum we have utilized. So best is equal, or 3000 2000 or 2000 3000, like that we can divide. Okay. Now how do we know, sir, that we need to do like that only? Simple. If you do the way in which first I told you that 5000 fully used, there will be 3000 SGST liability, correct? Correct or not? Now you do the total of liability and total of ITC. What is the total of liability? 5 plus 5 plus 5, 15. What is the total of ITC? 10 plus 2 plus 2, 14, which means 15 minus 14, the answer should be 1000, but you are getting answer as 3000, means your answer is wrong. Got it? So your answer should be the total of liability minus total of ITC, that should be there. For that reason we need to achieve. Got it? So write down answer to illustration 4. Computation of net GST payable. But here also there are multiple answers possible, because not necessary 2525, we can use 3000 2000 or 2000 3000, like that also we can do. So total column you write particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST and total. Writing will be little painful, I know that, but I want you to write, because again I am telling you, the writing practice will not come suddenly, you have to incorporate that into your learning itself. Actually this thumb finger and all will pain, because you have never used it. For typing we will use this, we will never use the thumb finger. So that's the reason why students, CA final students, will not be able to write so fast in exam. At intermediate your speed will be different, at final level your speed will be different, because of your articleship. Because in articleship you will not write anything, everything will be in typing only. That's the reason why. And there, so target is that you should be able to write fast, but at the same time write legible. So because the answer sheet, like question papers and all, are lengthy, every question paper invariably will be lengthy. They will prepare the question paper in such a way that the student should take 3.5 hours to write, but the time given is not 3.5 hours, there is only 3 hours. That's how they are controlling the pass percentage. Okay. So please ensure that you are improving your writing. For that reason only, in class every day some writing work you need to do. It may be feeling like laziness only, but okay fine, all these things should I write like that, you will think, but write, nothing will be wrong. Okay, write. So CGST, SGST, IGST and total gross GST payable. What is the gross GST payable? 5000, 5000 and 5000, so the total will be 15,000 minus which credit we will use first? IGST credit, minus IGST credit utilized, minus IGST credit utilized. First go to IGST column and reduce 5000, and then anyway you can do, but you follow equal, because a liability is equal na. That is also one shortcut I will tell you. See CGST and SGST liability, how it is? Equal. So in that ratio you divide. Got it? I will do, sir. Particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST and total. So gross GST payable, the gross GST payable is 5000, 5000, 5000 and total will be 15,000 minus IGST credit utilized. What is that IGST credit utilized? 10,000. In that first 5,000 I am using for IGST, then I will take 2,500 for CGST and 2,500 for SGST. Why like that? Because in the question if you see, the total of CGST, that is effective balance, is 3,000. here also 3000, means it is in the equal ratio. So therefore I can divide IGST credit excess also in equal ratio, minus CGST and SGST credit utilized. What is that CGST and SGST credit utilized? 3000 or 2000? 2000 and 2000, here nothing. So we will get net GST payable. Net GST payable here 500, here 500, here 0. So the total will be 1000. So the total of the credit minus total of the liability minus total of the credit is 1000. That is the answer we got. Okay, fine. So we'll take a small break and then we will continue with thereafter. Okay, so just a small break for your relaxation purposes. Okay. Okay, we'll start. Look into some case studies related to this computation, page 344. Page 344. See this question number 1. So this is how we need to do the computation of net GST payable. First, sometimes the data, if it is directly there, we will do, but this type of question we will not get. This is an adjustment. We will get a question with lot of transactions. From the transactions, we need to arrive what is our liability, what is our ITC, and finally we need to arrive at net GST payable. This is an adjustment, finally what we do. So look into this, the next level, like suppose if there is a transaction, how to decode the transaction and interpret the liability, etc. What is the criteria to determine whether a transaction is intrastate or interstate? Location of supplier and place of supply. So right now we will take a assumption for doing this question that the place of supply is ending point in case of goods and location of recipient in case of services. Till the time we start the place of supply chapter. So because place of supply chapter I cannot complete now, it will take easily somewhere like 6-7 hours to complete that chapter. So therefore right now we go with one assumption. What is that? What is the place of supply in case of goods? Ending point of the goods is the place of supply. And what is the place of supply in case of services? Location of recipient. Okay. Accordingly we will interpret this transaction. Look into this question. Braincom Private Limited, a manufacturer of laptops in Gujarat, manufactured and sold 1000 2-in-1 laptops Flexi for the month of August 2021 to their distributor Messrs. Jain Computers in Tamil Nadu at rupees 30,000 each. Applicable rate of GST on laptops is 28% during the month. Following inward supplies are registered in the books. Raw material A, purchased from a dealer in Tamil Nadu 5 lakhs, GST rate is 18%. Raw material B, purchased from a dealer in Gujarat 8 lakhs, GST rate is 28%. Now first we will see the paragraph, first paragraph. Is it a sale transaction? Yes. What is the location of supplier? Gujarat. What is the place of supply? Tamil Nadu, ending point. So therefore it is intra or inter? Interstate supply. So chargeable to IGST. What is the value of the goods? 30,000 into 1000 into 28%. Then next, raw material A, from where it is purchased? From a dealer in Tamil Nadu. So what is the location of supplier? Supplier, Tamil Nadu. What is the place of supply? Where is Braincom located? Gujarat. Therefore again it is interstate purchase. What is the type of GST? IGST. So it will come in IGST column. Next, raw material B, purchased from a dealer in Gujarat. Where is the seller located? Gujarat. What is the place of supply? That is ending point, Gujarat. Therefore it is intrastate. CGST, SGST. Next, input service C, received from a service provider in Gujarat. Again, service provider is in Gujarat. Place of supply is location of recipient. That is again Gujarat. So it's a intrastate purchase or intrastate inward supply. Input service D, received from a service provider in Maharashtra. Where is the supplier located? Maharashtra. For services, what is the place of supply? Location of recipient. What is the location of recipient? Gujarat. Therefore it is interstate. Accordingly, so IGST credit. Compute the net GST payable considering the fact that the balance in electronic credit ledger as 1,30,000 of IGST. How we got 1,30,000 of IGST in the balance? Some month we would have taken the credit in 3B. As soon as we take the credit in 3B, it will come in our electronic credit ledger. Thereafter, we have to utilize it. If we have not utilized, it will be carried forward. Like that, we have some opening balance of credit. That opening balance of credit is 1,30,000. Now, so you need to compute the net GST payable. Can you try this? How much time? 5 minutes? Come on. Already I have given the template there. There itself you try to fill the information. Don't discuss and write, do it on your own, please.
Credit is
1 second.
rejected credit notes.
Issued previous just.
System generated period 22 lakhs.
No, why it is coming like this? Rejected credit note only, no. Of course,
Yeah.
it should be added to your liability,
Yeah,
correct
yes,
only.
Actually, it is not correct, sir. What supplier is correct? I mean, supplier has filed.
After class, we'll discuss. Finished? If you have done with that, don't waste time, read the next question. Done pa? Majority? Yes. See the answer. First, gross GST payable. So 1000 laptops are being sold at 30,000 rupees into 28%, that is 84 lakhs. So everyone would have got this. Kindly in exam when you are writing, write the computation also. Don't just write 84 lakhs, because in question paper clearly it will be given all working should form part of answer. You know what does it mean? All working should form part of answer means that whatever you do in your calculator, that should be written in the answer sheet. Okay, please do that. Then opening balance, input tax credit, IGST column 1,30,000, raw material A. What is the raw material purchase price? A, 5 lakhs, but it is interstate because we are purchasing from Tamil Nadu. So into 18%, that is 90,000. Raw material B, we are purchasing within Gujarat, so intrastate. What is the purchase value? 8 lakhs. So 8 lakhs into 14% and 14%, 1,12,000, 1,12,000. Then input service C, 2 lakhs, that is again intrastate, so within the state. So CGST, SGST, 2 lakhs into 9%, 2 lakhs into 9%, 18,000 and 18,000. Input service D, 4 lakhs, and it is interstate IGST. So the rate of GST is given as 12%. So whenever in question they give the rate, you go by that rate itself. Even though it is service means 18%, etc. and all, but whenever the rate is given in question, we follow that rate only. You don't add any other rate. Then we get total ITC. What is the total ITC? 1,30,000, 1,30,000 and 2,68,000. Now we have IGST credit fully utilized for payment of IGST liability. We have multiple credits and one liability. Which liability we need to exhaust first? IGST. Thereafter CGST and thereafter SGST. So we get net GST payable as 78,72,000. Everyone got this? Now say this. We have SGST credit. How much is the SGST credit we have? 1,30,000. When 1,30,000 is SGST credit, set off against IGST payable. Please listen. We have SGST credit. When we have SGST credit, means the money is with whom? Central government or state government? State government. When we have SGST credit, the money is with state government. And IGST payable. IGST payable to which government? Central government. Am I right? When you do the set off, for 1,30,000, which means state government is your debtor. Agreed? Credit means you have to get that money. Am I right? Whereas IGST payable is your creditor. You have to pay. You are telling to set off. Means literally there is a movement of fund that is required. Agreed? So the state government should transfer 1,30,000 rupees to central government under IGST settlement account. Is it clear? Pa, one person is your debtor, pa, another person is your creditor, pa, you do the set off, you came out of the transaction, but literally on the back end what is happening? That person, debtor, has to make the payment to creditor, na? Correct or not? So who is the debtor here? State government. So when you do SGST credit against IGST liability, state government has to pay that money, literally transfer that money to central government under IGST settlement. So who will do this IGST settlement? GST network, not the individuals, not the taxpayers. We do the set off and we file the return and our job is done, pa. But on the back end, GST network will take care of all these fund movements between the central government and state government and central government. This concept is known as IGST settlement. So that you need to write as a note in exam. Okay. Here I have already given. You can see. Look into second note. As SGST credit is utilized for payment of IGST liability, state government of Gujarat shall pay 1,30,000 to central government under IGST settlement. Is it clear? Next. Also this information we need to write. So whatever we have seen the manner of utilization of credit, those 4 principles I told you na, principle number 1, 2, 3, 4, that is given in section 49. In that which principle we have applied? Third principle or fourth principle? Fourth principle. For payment of IGST liability, first we need to utilize IGST credit and then CGST credit, then SGST or UTGST credit. That note also we need to write. And this is just for your information. It is assumed in this question. This is not for exam. This is not for exam. This is for your reference, for your information and not for exam. That it is assumed in this question the place of supply is location of recipient. Understood? Sir, reverse also possible, sir? Huh? Reverse also possible. What is that reverse? I have IGST credit. I have IGST credit. That IGST credit is with central government. Now I need to pay SGST. SGST will be payable to state government. Now when IGST credit is set off against SGST payable, what will happen? Now central government is my debtor, state government is my creditor. So therefore central government should transfer that money to state government. What if IGST credit is set off against CGST? Same person is my debtor, same person is my creditor. What you did in accounts? Same person debtor, same person creditor. What you did? You did knock off, na? Will there be any movement of fund that is required? No, both are same. IGST means central government, CGST also central government. So this literal movement of fund will come in which place? Two situations. Situation number 1, SGST credit for IGST liability or IGST credit for SGST liability. This concept is known as IGST settlement. Okay. So this is there in the first chapter. Just go back to first chapter. You can see IGST settlement. What is the page number here? Is it there? So page number 14 you see. GST network, like that one concept is there, na? GST network. So in GST network, what are the functions of GST network? You can see computation and settlement of IGST. What is the meaning of this computation and settlement of IGST? Just now I told you, na, when SGST credit is utilized for payment of IGST liability, state government has to pay that to central government and central government has to pay that to state government. That is known as IGST settlement. Kindly write down there. movement of funds between whom? Between CG and SG. As one credit as SGST credit utilized for IGST liability, and vice versa. Movement of funds between central government and state government as SGST credit utilized for IGST liability and vice versa. Now, when I do the movement between the pages, back, forth, etc. and all, you don't have to read it in that manner. For the purpose of understanding the concept, I will connect one by one. But you don't have to read it in the same manner. You read it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 only. You don't have to remember from which place to which place we need to go, etc. and all. For the sake of class, because see, class when I am taking, I need to understand the energy factor of the audience also. So if I keep on telling theory, automatically your energy will be down. And at the same time, I need to connect the blocks properly. If I am not connecting the blocks properly, you feel like, Arey, he is not taking classes properly, better to find some other faculty. Seriously, it will happen, because you need to understand everything in a logical sequence. For that reason, we move back and forth, but doesn't mean that you have to read in that way. Okay, you understood about the IGST settlement concept? Now, like this, what are the other activities of GST network? First of all, who is GST network and what are the activities that they do? So you might be understanding in intermediate itself that GST to old indirect tax, the thin line of difference is simple, that we do matching of credits. Previously also we had 4: central excise duty, customs duty, service tax, sales tax. Now also we have 4: CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST. Got it? Namesake they are telling one nation, one tax and all, but the reality we know. Okay. Previously also excise duty credit we cannot set off against like VAT credit we cannot set off against excise duty. Now also CGST credit we cannot set off against SGST, SGST credit we cannot set off against CGST. Previously also cascading effect of tax is there, now also cascading effect of tax is there. Then what changed? Actually it is old wine in a new bottle only. Okay, there is no difference, but like that I cannot tell, then people will not come to classes. And reality is that I don't see big difference. As I know the old indirect tax also, now that people who are coming and getting some rank and all, they will announce that I will take classes, etc. and all. Everyone, let them come, let them take class. Only the egg laying bird only will know the pain of it. You understood? So therefore old indirect tax also I have seen. So based on that I am telling you that there is no much difference, sir. But one line of difference I can see from the past to present is this matching of credit. Previously we did not have matching of credit. What traders used to do, whatever purchase invoice they have, using that they used to take VAT credit and adjust against their liability and all. But there was no matching. Matching in the sense, my credit, is it really your liability or not? There was no matching. So that's where GST system actually came into picture. But the problem with this is that we have in a day lakhs and lakhs of transactions. How can we match? It's not practically possible. So manually it is not possible. We need a sophisticated system. So can we ask government to implement that system? No, it will become IRCTC website. So wherein exactly 10 o'clock it will not work. But that time only we can log in for Tatkal ticket booking. Okay. So I never got the Tatkal ticket. I will be asking my office people, everyone to open. And maybe one person will get the login chance. And I will log in and I will be doing the ticket booking and all. In different usernames, we keep the login and we will try. Okay. Normal train ticket booking is this much, means bundles and bundles of data. When we put it in GSTR1, error 404, forbidden access, like that it will come. Portal will not work. So there is a need of a proper network For that purpose, they have incorporated GST network for implementation of GST, the IT infrastructure, information technology infrastructure. And Infosys took that responsibility, but later on opposition made a backlash stating that how a private company you can give. So first it was a public private partnership, and thereafter now it became a 100% government owned entity, GST network. In that 50% is owned by central government and remaining 50% is owned by all states together. Basically it is a information technology infrastructure provider, okay, and it's not government department, it's a government entity. Entity versus department, you know the difference na? Department means part and parcel of government. Entity means a company in which money is invested by government, okay. Say this, GST network is a special purpose vehicle, an entity that has been set up to provide shared IT infrastructure and services to central government, state government, taxpayers and other stakeholders. For what purpose? For implementation of GST through the common portal. What are the functions of GST network? So what you will do first, as soon as one person comes to you for GST? Registration. Then after registration, come on yaar, you have not done articleship, dummy articles. Returns you will file na. So returns you will file, and whenever you file the returns, that will be forwarded to central government and state government. Next, along with filing returns you will pay the taxes. So payment of taxes and assessment. Then what will happen? There is some matching of credits. When you file the return, I told you not 2B, GSTR 1, etc. So matching of credits, reversal and availment. Then if you use CGST, SGST credit for IGST, IGST credit for SGST, etc. and all, IGST settlement. Got it? Whenever you read the steps na, or you read the points, try to remember in some logical flow so that it will become easy for you to write, okay. Then, so facilitating registration, payment and assessment, forwarding returns, computation and settlement of IGST, matching credits and reversal, then matching tax payments with banks, because whenever we complete the payment, e-payment, so through the gateway, so they will do that matching. Then invoicing, now there is e-invoicing also through the portal. Then MIS reports to various departments. Definitely you will not get this question for exam, okay. Come on here, this question and all they will not ask at CA final level. Maybe if they are asking too much it is because we have one question, theory question definitely they will ask. That is question number 6 of your question paper. Question number 1 is your comprehensive question for 14 marks. And that 14 marks question will cover around some 6-7 chapters. Input tax credit, value of supply, then time of supply, place of supply, and even exemptions, RCM, like that, connecting all those things. They will make one question which is like your total income computation question of income tax, like that it will be. And then we will be having, so question number 2 to question number 6. In that question number 2 to question number 6, you need to write any 4 questions. Okay, 4 questions you need to write. In that 4 questions, every question, part A, part B, part C will be there. Part A and part B will be GST, 5 marks, 5 marks. Part C will be customs and FTP, 4 marks. In customs, you will not have questions beyond 4 marks. That's why customs will not be custom, it will be easy. You understood or not? Very easy only, because 4 marks only it will be, and if you know the concept, that 4 marks and all will become easy. I'll tell you few chapters wherein those chapters if you focus on, that will be taken care, okay. So don't see the syllabus. If you see the syllabus now, it will be like a big mountain, but the big mountain also you can climb with the help of small steps only, correct? That we need to see first, got it? Then 5 marks questions only, so therefore too much you don't have to bother, because if it is a 10 marks, 15 marks question and all, it will be difficult. So only first question will be like that, comprehensive questions. Remaining and all 5 marks questions only. And then in the last question, question number 6, they will give theory question. That theory question, rarely we may find questions like this. What are the functions of GST network? What are the activities which are excluded from supply? Like that, some theory questions will be there, okay. For that reason, we will learn this also, because sometimes it will save us. This question number 2 to question number 5, If it is one difficult question, means actually you have to leave one question in choice. At the time we can give the difficult question in choice and write the theory question so that we can attempt for 100 marks. Remember, when you attempt for 100 marks, attempt does not mean writing question paper, dear. Not writing question paper. Attempt means really writing the answer. If you attempt for 100 marks, there is high chances that you will be in 60s to 70s. If you write only for 80 marks, don't expect that marks. Got it? So the target should be time management, and we should write all the questions and ensure that we are writing for 100 marks, so that because of errors few marks gets deducted and our score will be in 80 plus. Okay. Next, see this GST network to become government entity. So previously government was holding 49% and private entities were holding 51%, but now entire investment is government only, 100% government owned entity. Thereafter 50% owned by central government and 50% is owned by state government. Then look into another question. So after that, the next question, you see, I asked you to read that question. I will do that. What's the page number? 340. Question number 2. GoNoise LLP, an importer of smartwatches located in Indore, Madhya Pradesh, has imported 10,000 smartwatches from China, and the sales made during various dates in April 2021 is as follows. Date 5th April 2021, number of units sold 2000, location of buyer Tamil Nadu, sale price per unit 4200, and next 3000 units, location of buyer Madhya Pradesh, sale price per unit 3500. Then 26th April 4000 units, location of buyer Karnataka, sale price per unit 4000. First one is interstate, second one is intrastate, because supplier is also in Madhya Pradesh, place of supply is also Madhya Pradesh, and third transaction will be interstate. The applicable rate of GST on smartwatches is 28%. The customs duty paid on import of the above consignment, basic customs duty 30 lakhs, IGST on import, and social welfare surcharge. So on import, we need to pay customs duty and we need to pay surcharge, social welfare surcharge. Then we need to pay even IGST also. I told you already why IGST we will pay. But remember, this basic customs duty and social welfare surcharge and all you cannot take as credit. Only the IGST component can be taken as credit. We don't have the concept of credit in customs. We have the concept of credit only in GST. In customs duty and all, whatever basic customs duty we pay on import, we cannot take as credit. That is literally our cost. Okay, literally our cost. So only this 92,40,000 can be taken as credit. Also, they have received some services from a service provider in Madhya Pradesh, again within the state, for a value of 25 lakhs, GST 18%. Compute the net GST payable in this case for the month, ignore any exemptions. Come on, try 5 minutes. Template is already there, you need to just fill the information. How many of you not studied GST in intermediate? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So whenever I am giving references to inter etc. and all, if you are not understanding, you ask me, I will repeat. Okay. But mostly I am taking everything from scratch only. Done? See this, first one, we will see the gross liability data. 5th April 2021, 2000 units at 4,200 interstate. So 2000 into 4,200 into 28%, 23 lakh 52,000. Then next one, 3000 into 3,500 into, so rate 28%, so which means 14% and 14% because it is intrastate. So 3000 into 3,500 into 14%, that is 14 lakh 70, 14 lakh 70. Then third transaction 4,000 into 4,000 into 28% interstate. So 44 lakh 80. So we got 14 lakh 70, 14 lakh 70 and 68 lakh 32,000 as gross liability. Then when it comes to input tax credit, only on import of goods 92 lakh 40,000 first IGST. Then on input services 25 lakhs within the state. So 18%, that is 9%, 9%, 2 lakh 25, 2 lakh 25. If you observe, we have 92 lakh 40,000 as IGST credit and the liability is only 68 lakh 32,000. So we can use this 92 lakh 40 for 68 lakh 32. Still we have some balance. So what you did with that balance, I don't know, but we follow one thumb rule. What is that? Equally we will divide. Accordingly, 12 lakh 4,000 and 12 lakh 4,000 we are utilizing for CGST, SGST, and thereafter its credit. CGST credit 2 lakh 25, 2 lakh 25. 41,000 and 41,000. Even if you have followed any other way also, you should have got total 82,000 as the total answer. Okay. And accordingly here which credit we are utilizing? IGST credit we are utilizing for payment of SGST liability. Correct? So therefore central government will transfer that money to state government under IGST settlement. You can see those notes. So first two notes related to manner of utilization. Then as IGST credit is utilized for payment of SGST liability, central government shall pay 12 lakh 4,000 to state government of MP under IGST settlement. Understood? Next. Third question and last question for today. Grant & Co. Chartered Accountants having registered office in Chennai, Tamil Nadu rendered services to the tune of 40 lakhs during the month of September 2021. Out of the total value of supply of services during the month, 25 lakhs is interstate supplies and balance is intrastate, which means 25 lakhs is interstate and balance 15 lakhs is intrastate. The inward supply of services during the month is as follows. Rent to property owner in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, CGST 45,000, SGST 45,000, directly it is given, and software usage charges 36,000. Hotel accommodation in Delhi, CGST 9,000 and Delhi SGST 9,000. Carefully listen. In place of supply, there is one provision. If services are provided in relation to immovable property, the location of immovable property will be taken as the place of supply. So location of supplier is hotel in Delhi. The place of supply is location of immobile property, that is in Delhi. But the recipient is from another state. When the recipient is from another state, will they raise IGST invoice or will they raise CGST, SGST invoice? They will raise only CGST, SGST invoice even if the recipient is from another state. But what is the disadvantage to the recipient in the other state? He cannot take ITC. Sir, CGST can be taken alone as ITC? No. Both CGST and SGST paid in another state. So where is Grant and Co registered? Check the question. Where is it they are registered? Tamil Nadu. They are not registered in Delhi. As they are not registered in Delhi, definitely they will not be able to take ITC with respect to that. This is a common problem every CA firm faces, because almost CA firms will go for outstation audit and they stay in a hotel, and what is the way out? The CA firm will never pay. They will not pay the hotel bill. They will ask the client to pay. When they ask the client to pay, the invoice will be in the name of the client and they are registered there, so they will take ITC. Are you getting this? That's the reason why in our audit engagement clearly we will mention that accommodation cost should be borne by them. Got it? If we bear the accommodation cost, it's okay, we can recover that. But the GST component cannot be taken as ITC. Is it clear? So this 9,000 and 9,000 cannot be taken as ITC. What if, sir, they are registered? If they are registered, definitely they will be able to take ITC. And there is a conflict in this place. Various people filed writ petitions in high courts that this credit should be made available. This 9,000 and 9,000 should be made available like that. Many taxpayers filed writ petition in high court, but government is of the view that credit is not available, should not be taken. So now the case is right now in Supreme Court. It will take some time. It will take some time. The moment, you know, this even recently also one safari retreats like that one case you might have heard of. So long back it started, but now only it came. Like that this also will come. But if it comes also, what will happen? Again government will modify the law and they will tell CGST, SGST paid in the other state cannot be taken as credit. Always I doubt why there is a court in India. There is no need of court in India. Better to have government and the people itself. So long ago there used to be monarchism, like king used to be there, whatever king says the people has to listen. I don't think there is big difference. Now also the same story. So whatever court says, you have to respect the court, but they will not. They will change the law. So therefore this amendment may happen, but today in law anywhere it is given, nowhere in law it is given that CGST, SGST paid in other state can be taken as credit or cannot be taken as credit. But they gave a FAQ. Who gave FAQ? CBIC gave a FAQ. In that FAQ clearly they are telling that CGST, SGST paid in other state cannot be taken as credit. Furthermore, they went to the next step. In portal, in our 2B, it will come under ineligible ITC. So in 2B when you observe, there will be, so ITC available, ITC not available, like the two columns will be there. The moment when you open your 2B, here you can see ITC available, ITC not available, ITC reversal like that. In that ITC not available, when you click no, you will be finding CGST, SGST paid in the other state. The data will come. Sir, supplier will file return, GSTR 1. It will come in your 2B, but it will come in your 2B under which place? ITC not available. Can you take or you cannot take? You cannot take that credit. Is it clear? Suppose in future if the case is in favor of the taxpayers, maybe they may think of giving that credit, etc. But for your exam purpose, credit is not available. So can we take this 9,000 and 9,000? No, we cannot take this credit. What about this 5,400 monthly tax online portal subscription, IGST? IGST always, no issue, we can happily take the credit. The issue is only with respect to CGST and SGST paid in other state. Compute the net GST payable by Grant & Co. Considering GST rate applicable to chartered accountants as 18%. Also, what will be your answer if Grant & Co is having only intrastate supply of service of 40 lakhs? So there are two computations. First one, if they have interstate as well as intrastate, then if they have only intrastate, okay. And sir, I have one doubt, sir. This hotel accommodation example, why can't the supplier put GSTN of the recipient in GSTR 1 and automatically it will become interstate invoice now, sir? Because in GSTR 1, when you observe, when I enter the GSTN of the recipient, for example, here 33, like that I mentioned, 33 is Tamil Nadu. The moment I mention I am in, say, Andhra Pradesh, I open my GSTR 1, when I create add invoice, when I mention this, automatically it will understand as the recipient is another state, it is an interstate supply, so it will show here as IGST. Got it? Are you understanding? But sir, like that, in the hotel accommodation in Delhi, when they mention grant and co registration, it will anyhow be interstate na, sir. And what if they treat it as interstate and if they file the return? What will happen? What are the consequences? Immediately they will get a notice from Delhi SGST. Delhi SGST department, GST department is not centralized. GST department is central as well as state. You might have observed during your articleship, corruption is to the core in state GST departments. For everything there is a tariff. Registration, individual registration, 2000 rupees. Firm registration, 4000 rupees. Company registration, 10,000 rupees. Company registration where director has some issue, 20,000 rupees. Sir, what are these rates, sir? Corruption, sir, corruption rates, sir, bribe rates, sir. Where? State GST department. Every time GST registration application is filed, client and every person who is filing, so fingers crossed. So they will be praying to God that it should go to central GST. If it is allocated to state GST, gone, finished. Without bribe, you will not get the GST registration. That also they will tell. They will neither approve the registration, nor they will reject the registration. So in mythology, there is something called Trisonku Swargam, okay. Neither heaven nor hell, in between that. Like that they will make us. New application cannot be filed. Why? Existing application is pending. You cancel that, no, I will file another one. No, they will not do. Only when we go there, there also proper channel is there. One office boy, outside tea shop, we have to pay there, and then the office boy will carry the information. Experience, experience. Out of experience only I am telling. I don't tell you have not got this experience and all. Then that idiot who is sitting over there, just to take mouse, he don't know anything in computer also, just to take mouse, click, approve. For that one click, 10,000, 20,000 rupees we need to pay. So, state GST departments are so stupid, okay. Sorry if some of your relatives or parents are in that. I am not telling everyone is like that. Majority is like that. So, therefore, safe play, correct. Otherwise, stones, slippers and all will come, okay. Already my time is running bad, and on the top of that, this also will happen. That's why. No, what I mean to say, Google Drive student, maybe some of your father or relative, I am not telling, some other person, okay. Now, in that case, so GST department of Delhi will come and give a notice to that person. You treated intrastate supply as interstate supply. You know why? There is a loss of revenue to Delhi. How? If it is interstate, 50% will go to central government and remaining 50% will go to Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, if it is interstate. If it is intrastate, 50% will go to central government, remaining 50% will go to Delhi. As their revenue is at stake, they will give a notice. So, it is not advisable to raise interstate invoice. But sir, the moment when I enter this, automatically here IGST will come. What should I do? Go to place of supply. In this place of supply, in the drop down, once you click on this, one drop down will come. Even though it is 33 GSTIN, but you can change it to Delhi place of supply. Is it clear? Supplier in Delhi, in the drop down they can change it as Delhi. So it will become intrastate So CGST, SGST will come. This is the correct process that they need to follow. Understood? Next. So accordingly, the credit can be taken, and if they have got the registration there, otherwise that is gone. Almost, sir, everyone the same situation, everyone the same situation. Is there any other way? There is no other way. Legal way is ISD registration. Illegal, there are n number of ways. Without GST, you give cash, so no GST at all is there. Or you will have one friend over there in that particular place. You ask him GSTIN, his GSTIN you give, so they will raise invoice to him, and he will raise you invoice as consulting services. For consulting services, IGST invoice, like that they can do. There are a lot of ways in which we can do that. But I am not telling you all those things. These and all, many of my students only told me. Okay. And I am not inducing you to make any crime, etc. and all. Okay. There are a lot of bad boys outside. You should be honest citizen. You are a law abiding citizen. You are a person with integrity. Chartered accountants na. So people with integrity, and you have ethics also in GST. Got it? Not only in audit, everywhere ethics is there. You have to follow that ethics. What to do? I am recording, so I should speak all those things. And this kind of situation is there. But legally is there any way, sir? Legally is there any way? One way is there. ISD registration. In Delhi, you take a ISD registration so that the invoice will be raised to Delhi, and from Delhi, CGST, SGST credit can be shifted as IGST credit. This is possible only through ISD. That is one of the advantage of ISD registration. Got it? ISD, input service distributor, already today I told you na beginning that input service distributor, CGST credit, SGST credit can be transferred as IGST credit. But all we need is one address in Delhi. Got it? If we have an address, I am talking about tax planning. Okay? What we need is one address there. If we have an address there, we can get a GST registration there, and then we can take the credit. Now we need to think, for the sake of this 18,000, is it worth to take that place? You understood? Already Delhi is costly. Is it worth to take that place on rent, etc. and all? That is left to the management. But we should always see all permutations and combinations, and we need to tell. When a client is asking, you cannot tell credit not available, that everyone will tell. Why are you required? You got it? You should tell every other possibility. Legally you can do this, illegally you can do this, whichever want you go, and it is just we are giving, we are not inducing them to commit the offense. Got it? Whatever is there we are going to tell. Now it is up to him to take the credit, but that is the only possibility here. Got it? Now, can you do the answer for this homework? Done? Two computations you need to do. What are the two computations? One, if they have only intrastate, another, first one is both intra and inter, another one is only intra. Now look into this information. Sir, legally is there a possibility to make a fight against government? Yes. That also I am telling you this. Listen. CGST credit alone can be taken as ITC legally, which many companies are following, many big companies are following this. What they do, only CGST component they are taking credit. Now whatever I am going to discuss in the next 10 minutes is not for exam, purely practical. Okay. CGST component alone they are taking credit. I have observed many companies following this treatment. Why, sir? Because the law says, as per section 16 of CGST Act, every registered person can avail the credit of central tax and state tax. If you see the meaning of central tax is tax under CGST Act, which means this 9,000 is CGST, so central tax that can be taken as credit. Correct? Then state tax. State tax means tax payable. We should not refer to state tax as per CGST Act. We need to refer to state tax as per SGST Act. As per SGST Act, the state tax meaning is tax under this SGST Act. Are you getting this? For state tax, we need to refer to Tamil Nadu SGST Act. As per Tamil Nadu SGST Act, state tax means tax under this SGST Act, this SGST Act means Tamil Nadu SGST Act, that's the reason why SGST cannot be taken as credit. So what is the way out? You ask every state to amend. State tax means tax under any SGST Act. Superbly we can take credit. You understood? But every state will not amend. You got it? So SGST component cannot be taken as credit, but CGST alone can be taken as credit. This is legally. Everyone who filed the writ petition under this ground. But for your exam, it is not applicable. For your exam, both the credits cannot be taken. No, sir. How alone CGST can be taken as credit? Because in GSTR 3B, table 4, when I mention CGST, the same number will come in SGST also. How only CGST can be taken as credit? This doubt also I have got. So when I checked with them, this is the system that they are following. First they will put 100 rupees under CGST, the same amount will come as 100 under SGST. Then they will do the reversal of CGST alone. SGST alone. So therefore net amount. While doing reversal separately you can do. While taking credit, if you put in CGST in SGST column also it will come. Whereas while doing reversal, only in one field you can make the change. Is it a error in the portal, or I don't know what it is, but we can do reversal like this. So 100 and 100 we have taken, but while doing reversal under SGST we reversed. So only 100 rupees under CGST has been availed. This is what many organizations are practically following by relying upon the law, and they are ready to fight against the government also. Some people who don't want to make any mess with government, they safely avoid, they will not take this credit at all. For your exam, you need to follow that view 2 only, that is both CGST and SGST cannot be availed as ITC. Got it? Fine. We'll meet tomorrow, and in tomorrow's class, tomorrow evening class, we will discuss the answers for this and then proceed to, like small things are there in chapter 1. Tomorrow I am going to start with a new chapter, that is segment 2, supply under GST. Okay. Thank you. We'll meet tomorrow. Take care.